of new card acquisitions for Amex this year. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic or a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or 2026 HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
MLB's postseason is down to 4 teams. Now, the moment these players have been dreaming of their whole life is within reach, where one play changes everything.
Oh my word, what a play. Can't do it any better than that.
That's baseball at its finest. October hits different. Postseason 2025. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
As the leaves change, it's the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. For over 45 years, we've been family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, delivering quality kitchen and bathroom models you can trust. And now this fall, we're giving you even more to smile about. Enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style into your home this season with savings you'll love. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Are you looking for a career, not just another job? A place where you're valued and your work makes a difference? Scott Kia is hiring. We're looking for passionate individuals to join our team as an automotive technician. We offer competitive pay, great benefits, and an environment that supports your growth. If you're ready for a role that challenges and inspires you every day, we'd love to hear from you. Visit the Join Our Team page on scottautogroup.com to learn more. Scott Kia, driving dreams and lives forward by creating moments through professional and thoughtful service.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, October 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Farish Friday, which means our buddy Sean Farish will be joining us coming up from Tennessee at 7:45 for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Dawn Stenzelin, good morning. How are you, dear?
Doing great. Happy Friday.
Friday. We made it. The weekend is basically here. Gregory, hello.
I got to tell you guys, I didn't have, we've been talking a lot about the death pool here. I didn't have Ace Frehley on the death pool, the guitar player for Kiss.
Yes.
Yeah.
74 years young. Boy, he would have been a good, long shot. You know what I mean? Like, I know. Absolutely. Michael Pelka texted us last night with the news, and I was just like, boy, I didn't have him on the death pool. But you know who I might add to the death pool?
Who?
Nick Kayal?
Mitch McConnell.
He wasn't on it already?
I mean,
the irony of being asked about ice,
yeah,
and then falling like you slipped on ice,
yeah. Roll this, Phil. This is Mitch McConnell.
Stella, I want to ask, do you support ICE taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
Oh, and down he goes.
Oh my,
man,
in his mountain boots.
Yeah. Oh boy. And it almost looks like he freezes again, right?
Yep.
Term limits.
Yeah. What's the old phrase? The engine's running, but nobody's behind the wheel.
Man,
I feel bad.
Yeah.
I legitimately feel bad that these individuals or their family members cannot arrive at the conclusion and say, "Hey, why don't you just ride off into the sunset and sit out on the front porch, have an Arnold Palmer?"
I agree.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. Like, if this is not the how many times are we going to go through this? Like, what are we going to wheel them out like they did to Dianne Feinstein?
Basically.
You know, it's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing?
Yep.
What are we doing?
Yep. Get John Fetterman to the finish line during a debate,
yes.
during a election.
Yep.
Keep Mitch in office.
Yep.
Keep Dianne. Keep Nancy.
Yep.
We're funding a retirement home is what we're doing.
100%. Yeah. This is it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So yes, Opelka and I sidebarred, and we've decided that both of us are going to add Mitch McConnell to our death pool.
Oh, man. Ace Frehley and Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Hello, Friday.
Hello, Friday.
Oh, boy. All right, we have a lot to get to today. The big take, which will be centered around the extremism of the left, because we've heard the rhetoric, we've seen the reality. Now get ready for the removal, a.k.a. John Fetterman, in hot water with Democrats, as he is not only on the verge of being primaried, but a lot of people chirping within the Democratic Party, within the state of Pennsylvania, about John Fetterman. So we'll do that in the big take this morning. Also, CNN says, you know what? 14 people watch us on a nightly basis, so 14. Why don't we just create a CNN All Access where we'll charge you $7 a month?
They're doing this again?
Which will be $84 for the year.
They're doing this again?
To get all access.
Oh, my Lord. Didn't they try this with CNN Plus or CNN Netflix or something?
What do you get with CNN All Access? Do you get to see Anderson Cooper and Caitlin Collins getting their hair done before the show?
No,
She'd win.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, she's a Bama girl. She would definitely win.
Yeah.
His butt would get kicked.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, they're rolling that back, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The grift is strong. You got to make money, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Plus, we remember Philly Karen, right? The Phillies lady.
Oh, yeah.
Meet baseball's Milwaukee Brewers Karen.
Oh, I saw this. Yeah, I saw this. This is...
And there's a political, military veteran tie to this.
I saw.
Which is why we will play it.
Yeah.
And then also we had the debate last night in New York City. Bolton's been indicted.
I got to tell you guys, Sliwa had the best line taking down Cuomo. He took it in one shot. He brought up him losing the primary and his sexual assault or sexual whatever allegations in one fell swoop. It was a master stroke by Curtis Sliwa.
Wow.
I will say that. Now Curtis Sliwa has no shot in hell of winning, but it was a great. Do you guys think that if Sliwa dropped out, Cuomo could? No, I don't either.
That's what they say.
I don't buy that.
That's the claim.
Do you really believe, Dawn, that there is people that would otherwise who would vote for Sliwa, but if he wasn't there, would vote for Cuomo? I don't.
No, they would just sit it out. I think.
Yeah.
I agree.
mean, that's the problem. And I don't know that. Does anybody think Curtis Sliwa, who I mean, we all know him. He's a good guy, and the guy in the red beret, who's an advocate. But is he really the guy? I just think he's kind of a character or a caricature of himself, and I think Cuomo could be put in that category too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't
Socialist by default.
We got to do something about your camera angle. Like Phil keeps moving it and like I'm getting dizzy.
Is he moving it or is that there's a feature on Zoom where the camera will follow you?
I'm
as
getting
you move
dizzy
your
watching
head?
you. I'm getting dizzy watching you.
Yeah, I don't think that's Phil. I noticed that last time around last month as well.
And I also can't see the bottom of your face because the banner's in the way. So you're gonna have to move your camera down.
The banner. Let's see here.
There we go.
Is that better?
Yes.
You just wanted to see
better.
these glorious pecs.
And then the A is coming like a little hat.
Yeah.
Out of your head.
Yeah. You have a giant A on your head, like an A.
Yeah, my wife would say that stands for a-hole.
I was just gonna say. For those of you not knowing what we're talking about, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where you can see all the fun and frivolity. Fridays are always the best day to head on over to YouTube because Sean I'm sure I'll have some sort of props happening.
He's going to have the sombrero.
Yeah.
You should have almost like a Deadpool on what today's prop could be.
Yeah, it's exactly
You know?
right. Exactly right. The more and more Stensland talks about it, the more and more I think she wants in on her bet.
She does.
No, I
She
don't.
absolutely does. She absolutely does.
She's going to see that pot start to build up to like $2,000, and she's going to jump in.
Opelka sent over his picks. So it's not whoever gets the first one, it's whoever gets the most. You know what I mean? So
Right. Okay.
Whoever gets the most by the end of the year.
Kayal and Company Deadpool.
The Kayal and Company Deadpool. Deathpool.
Wow. All right, we have the cut sheet, we have Fight Club, we have Fight of the Week, and of course all the other bells and whistles on a Friday. But let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news, 6:08. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Friday. Yes, it's Friday morning, and we are sponsored on this October the 17th, sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. It's chilly out there. It feels, we went right into fall, into the deep freeze. So depending on where you are right now, 48 degrees, and that's probably the warmest one. If you're further out in the suburbs, it's a little bit nippy. Hope you're covering your tender vegetation overnight. But 65, the high today on this Friday. We've been talking for weeks now about the search for a young lady, her family reporting her missing in Philadelphia, this making national news. And she has been missing. Kayda has been missing. We've been talking about her, Kayda Scott, since October the 4th. And we learned that there was, in fact, a suspect who was under arrest, Keon King. So we're learning more about this man suspected in the disappearance of Kayda Scott. She is 23 years old. No trace of her, disappeared from her workplace, a nursing home in Chestnut Hill, in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia. So we now know this Keon King, suspected in her disappearance, is being held on $2.5 million bail. We know that he's from South Philadelphia, and he was arraigned in court yesterday, and that's often how we learn new details, because obviously his court-appointed attorney has a right to discovery and learn more about the case to defend him. So he's now charged with kidnapping and recklessly endangering another person. Kayda Scott, like I say, she hasn't been seen, just disappeared without a trace. Vanished after her overnight shift at her job, like I say, in Chestnut Hill at that nursing home. So officials now saying that King has been arrested, charged, claiming he was allegedly the last person to see Scott right before she went missing, but we still have no trace or idea where she could be. So police say they're still working to figure out how King and Scott might have known each other, but they believe they came into contact right in the days right before she disappeared. So they do have some evidence of the communication. There were concerns and reports that she had told friends and family that she was being quote unquote harassed. So we're trying to get down to the bottom of that one. And then we told you about all the different areas, including the Arboretum in Philadelphia, where there were searches, and this led them to that vehicle, a 1999 metallic gold Toyota Camry with Pennsylvania tags that matched another description from a scene that they were looking for. Like I say, what about the harassment allegations? So we know that friends and family had said somebody was harassing her, perhaps stalking her, and so they're trying to get to the bottom of that, or at least they're not letting us know what's going on. But we often see these patterns, as we've talked about, with cases. And in this one, King has a pattern with this type of a history, and they're asking for other possible victims now to please come forward. This is an important one because in the city. So he was arrested previously. There was a pattern similar to this one where, in fact, there was an ex-girlfriend who had claimed that he had abducted her and she had gotten away. But they charged him. When they charged him, there was a court appearance, and she failed to show up. They ended up dropping the charges against this guy. So he has been in custody. They believe that in these kinds of patterns, oftentimes perpetrators, well, they've done this a few times. Maybe they've been doing it for years. And so they want anybody else with any information, please come forward. And so in this one, video has been circulating on social media connected to the other case, but they do have video that they released of this guy peering outside in an allegation of stalking, as he was somebody who would stalk or follow a woman, and that one they've released the video now, which is pretty creepy, and that other kidnapping cases. So we're awaiting more information on this one, but they're asking anyone, look at the video. It's circulating online, making national news, and as well, showing the pictures of Kayda Scott. Did you see this young woman? Do you have any information? Because like I say, we still have no information on where Kayda might be. Her family praying that she will safely be returned. I reported yesterday Homicide joined the case. FBI as well is on the case of Kada.
Yeah, beautiful young
Yes.
lady as well. And it makes me wonder the question, which district attorney's office or which jurisdiction failed this girl by allowing this known creep to be on the street? I think I read some of his rap sheet where he was in court in Dover, Delaware. I don't know. I retweeted the story 2 days ago from Philly Crime Update, and everybody said, Larry Krasner, Larry Krasner, Larry Krasner. I don't know that this guy's ever been in Larry Krasner's court before, so I get everybody wants to dunk on Krasner, but I think his past indicates that he was in the Delaware criminal justice system, so to speak.
Yeah, and in and out of the system. And in this one, I think that's why they're putting up this video, which is pretty creepy, of, you see a hooded guy kind of looking through a window, and they've been going through all the different social media sites. And because Kada was somebody who was an influencer, she was on all the time. So they've been going through her TikTok, all of her different social media sites, and looking at some of the postings. Was there somebody behind her? That sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And so in this one, in one of the videos, which was posted on TikTok, showing a man identified by the officials as this suspect, 21-year-old Keon King, hopping a fence, walking up to the window of a North Philadelphia home, and the woman recording the video, had said that she had told King to leave before telling another woman, call police, call 911. Mm-hmm. So they put that out there. So they want to hear from anybody who's seen this guy, anybody who's interacted with him, and as well, anybody who may have seen Kada since October 4th. Because like I say, she just vanished.
Right.
I mean, it's a disturbing case. And to your point, Nick, that's just it. Sometimes district attorneys, they're the ones who they become a guardian angel of what could have happened. And that's why, we've talked about Bucks County, Jen Shorn, with that great task force, Ben Salem PD, where they're being proactive in taking these alleged perpetrators and pedophiles off the streets before they can get the next victim. And so that's part of law enforcement. They're supposed to protect and serve, not come after the fact for justice after somebody it's too late.
Yep, agreed.
So in any event, we've been tracking this, like I say, right since the beginning. So let's take you to Central Bucks School District, officially fired its former superintendent, as well as a principal, following investigations into stories of abuse inside a special education classroom. This is Jamison Elementary School. So last night, the school board making it official, I should say, voting to fire the superintendent, Dr. Stephen Yanni, and Jamison Elementary principal, David Heineman. This was a motion to accept Yanni's resignation, which would have allowed for a softer departure. That one failed. And so we've told you the story about Michael Henry, Warwick Township parent, whose child was among those who were abused, and saying this decision did bring the family some relief. And so in this one, we've been talking about it. I just wanted to follow up on the case. It was a horrible and disturbing case. So there's no admission here, but a report had been released last April. It was pretty disturbing by Disability Rights Pennsylvania group. They detailed some very disturbing findings from that autism support classroom, which students were physically restrained, had water intake restricted as punishment. They were found naked. They were subjected to physical punishment, and all of that alleged abuse, it was all reported as having happened in 2024.
Wow.
So in this one, there's no admission by these officials. Certainly by the superintendent, just said he had no way of knowing that this was happening. But in this one, it's a very disturbing case for sure. So they went to the top and said somebody has to be held accountable.
Firing squad.
Yeah.
Eye for an eye. Tie up all these people, strip them naked, and deny them food and water. See how they like it. Imagine doing that to somebody with autism.
No, I really can't. I can't.
It's just awful.
It's very disturbing. As far as this is where you say the buck stops here. To your point, it's disturbing who's held responsible. So, I want to remember the story. And I'm going to take you back to the spring of 2024. Do you remember Selena McLean and her husband back in March? This was the spring. Schuylkill Expressway. Video of a traffic stop went viral. Do you remember the story?
It was in the DEI office in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Yes.
Selena and Selena's husband, Selena being a biological male. And so in this one, excuse me, we have the Pennsylvania State Trooper who actually was part of that viral video, who had pulled them over. Remember that the Selena's husband got out of the vehicle. There was a lot of traffic. Remember
it was
this?
raining that day. It was a rainy
raining
day.
that day.
Yeah,
the
I remember.
Trooper said, you got to get back in your vehicle, so on and so forth. The person refused, ended up arresting that person, cuffing that person. The Pennsylvania State Trooper, who was identified as Andrew Zabrowski, he had said that he absolutely followed protocol, that when somebody's pulled over, they're not supposed to get out of their vehicle. And the person, he was pulling over one person. Remember, the husband was in a different vehicle.
Right.
Remember, we talked about it. We showed it. Everybody had an opinion. But in this one, the Pennsylvania Trooper was being, basically, surprised from behind and said, you can't do this. You can't approach an officer like that. Please go back and get in your vehicle. He doesn't know who this is. It went viral. So now this former state trooper has officially filed a lawsuit against the agency. And so in the new lawsuit, former officer Zabrowski, who is white, claims that the state police fired him because of race and color. So if you recall, those two officials, African-American and Zabrowski, a white male. He claims he was falsely accused of racial profiling. Do you remember those windows? They were darkened.
Oh, yeah. Completely tinted out, which I think is a major safety concern for an officer because the whole narrative of racial profiling goes right out the window, no pun intended, if you can't see inside the vehicle. So how could you accuse me of racial profiling when I can't see inside? And there's a difference, too, not that I'm a car expert, but of the manufactured tint that comes with vehicles, like on the back windows versus the front windows. You know that when it is completely blacked out, front doors, that's an independent job done that wants complete privacy. And for the longest time, I think used to be illegal. I remember as a kid, cops would pull you over if your windows were tinted too dark up front.
Yeah, Nick, it still is.
Okay.
It's actually illegal. But the state trooper said, I had no idea what the person looked like, to your point. And I think, you said this right away the day that it happened because we were replaying all that video. And everybody said this officer had no idea who that person was. Part of the reason, as far as he's pulling this person over, then somebody is, coming up from behind. Think of all the school shootings and attacks we've had on law enforcement. He has no idea who's basically ambushing. Not that this person necessarily was, but you're not supposed to do that. So he's suing, saying because he's a white guy, he's accused of automatically somehow being racist. He says he's not a racist. So we had talked about Zabrowski at the time. Unfortunately, in this case, everybody had said he was somebody who was at the top of his class when he did graduate. And I believe it was, a year or two right before this happened.
And both of the suspects in the vehicles, one of them, I think, works or did work in Sherrell Parker's office, right?
Yes, in that newly created LGBTQ plus affairs program that we remember that
it was a new program,
newly entitled. Let's say. I want to take you to two other stories really quick here. Just a heads up, we have a lot of road closures and SEPTA detours for the big No Kings protest in Philadelphia this weekend. So another No Kings protest is planned, is expected. That's tomorrow. City officials prepping with road closures all over the place. So make sure that you check online and make sure of your timing. There are a lot of activities in the city as well, because we also have a big Philadelphia bike ride that's going on. And so remember, what was it last time? 80,000 people. It was peaceful to my recollection, but 80,000 people. and they were marching through Philadelphia, Art Museum steps, Ben Franklin Parkway, all of that. And so on this one, if we have that level of turnout, and then on top of it, the bike ride that's being planned, and we have these bike rides, we're a big city, we have them all the time.
But they're not naked bike rides like in Portland.
Well, that would be rich, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And oh, by the way, I never want to see Rich naked on a bike either. Rich Zioli, that is.
Yeah. He probably doesn't want to see any of us, either.
No. It's a sight not to behold.
Yeah. So final story is these tiny little flies causing quite a big problem. I'm going to take you to Chester County, and there's no way to keep them out. Families in Kennett Square, other towns nearby are being, it's just pretty nasty. It looks like one of those movies where it's an invasion. But these little flies, they're called phorid with a PH. Phorid flies. They are tiny, and they can even get through your screens. They get through everything, and they are nasty. My family and friends in Chester County, I feel for you because it's nasty. It's because Kennett Square, the mushroom capital of the world, and these particular flies are born and bred in the compost, the poop at the local, mushroom farms. The poop and the compost.
Do these flies resemble fruit flies?
Yeah, they're a little bigger than that.
Okay.
They look different.
I've seen a couple of what look like fruit flies in my house lately, and I was about to give the girls a lecture about, making sure that the banana peel or the apple core gets into the main trash can and not a bedroom trash can and things like that. But I wanted to do further analysis before I lay the law down in the household. I'm just wondering.
No, these flies are just annoying, and so I don't know what you do except light the citronella candles, but they're everywhere. It's really
Love
annoying
those.
as you're swatting at them. Well, we are sponsored in Kayal & Company this Friday morning by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. So the Monster Wellness Sale is on Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save up to $5,000 on hot tubs right now, $1,000 on cold plunges, and up to $2,000 on Tylo saunas. Tylo, Tylo saunas. Hurry in, the deals vanish October 27th. It's all over right before Halloween. So Spring Dance Hot Tubs, thank you for sponsoring us this morning. And even on nights like this where we're cooling off, Nick Kayal, today 65 degrees, it feels good to get in that Spring Dance hot tub. It's clear, it's crisp, crank it up. Nothing feels better out on the back patio. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Philly weather currently 41 degrees. We're going up to a high of 65 today with clear skies, and then your weekend is going to be warmer and beautiful. 70 on Saturday, 78 for your Eagles Sunday. Partly cloudy skies throughout the weekend. We'll come back, get to a Friday big take on the other side. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal & Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-298-4932. 800-298-4932. Again, that's 800-298-4932.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Let's talk about your health. You need to undergo complex dental surgery. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, implants, crowns, etc. Are you really going to trust just any pop-up dental chain, or do you want the best of the best? When it comes to complex dental surgery, for over 12 consecutive years, Dr. Mike Veneria Dental, has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and that is why Dr. Mike is a dentist the entire Zioli family trusts. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, that's never the time to cut corners. You want the best and only the best. So make your appointment to see him today and get a free dental implant consultation. If you already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. 856-786-2020, BenariaDental.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back in. 6:30. It is Kayal and Company as we are off and running here on this Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day or your weekend. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Sean Farish will join us at 7:45. Cut sheet absolutely loaded today, and a handful of good stories to get to as we move along here in the first half of the show. But right now, let's get down to business. Time for a Friday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by the good folks at Wawa. The Big Take, rhetoric, real time, and now removal. The left, not the right, is the extreme cult. You know, I typically don't engage in who's the cult, the far left or the far right. Both sides have a couple of fringe crazies. Is it the woke progressives? Is it MAGA? But it's no longer a debate, if it ever was. The left is the extreme cult. It's not only in their rhetoric and their talking points, it's in real time with their violence, their threats of violence, death, their threats of death, rooting for people to die, and the ability, or I should say the inability, to denounce destruction. And it's now in the removal of politicians who don't fall in line 100% with the policy, the talking points, and or the positions. A few weeks ago on the show, we gave you the story featured in The Atlantic, of all places, that found a study confirming left-wing political violence had surpassed right-wing political violence. We've seen Donald Trump shot at. We've seen Charlie Kirk shot at and killed. And now Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is the latest example of the far left, confirming that they are truly the extremes of, the political spectrum. And it started in the form of audio and video. It has since expanded in the form of reporting. And I told you that this was going to happen, right? I've been saying it for months on this show. Fetterman is toast. Let's go back to Wednesday night. Here was John Fetterman talking about how the extremism of the Democrats cost them in last fall's election in 2024. Listen and watch this.
If you're thinking about winning the election, and so now that's all going to come down to 7 or 8 states. And that's really that matters. And I would like to remind everybody, because we all know that Trump ran the table, all of those kinds of states. And now you can't ever forget, these are the states that are going to determine who's going to be the next administration. And now a lot of the things, the extremism that people turned their back in 24, and that's how we kind of came up short. I campaigned for thousands and thousands of miles across Pennsylvania for Vice President Harris. And it was going to be incredibly difficult. You could just feel the energy there. And people really have connected there at a very fundamental level. And that's what I tried to explain to my party. And I'm trying to explain to the party right now. It's like, this is why we lost. And this is where we need to be to continue to win for these things. And there are parts of extreme things emerging clearly on those things. And that's why I refuse to follow that, even if that is going to cost me support in parts of the base.
The average, everyday, sane citizen is tired of the rhetoric. It only appeals to the 5% of the crazies. But the problem with Democrats is that their entire playbook is dedicated to the fringe 5% crazies. Fetterman has quickly become the most common sense Democrat going today, despite not voting in line with Trump and MAGA hardly ever. Surprising. We'll give you those stats coming up a little bit later in the show. But I want to get you a little bit more of John Fetterman. Listen and watch this.
I'm the only Democrat in my family. I grew up in a conservative part of Pennsylvania, and I grew up and I know and I love people that voted for President Trump. But they are not fascists. They're not Nazis. They're not trying to destroy the Constitution and those things. And that's part of another thing. I refuse to call people Nazis or fascists, or I would never compare anybody to Hitler and those things. And now that kinds of extreme rhetoric is going to continue. We're going to be more likely in resulting in extreme kind of outcomes and political violence and doing all these kinds of things like Charlie Kirk. For me, all I could say is like, let people grieve. Give people the space. I'm not going to use that terrible thing and that Pasek assassination to make my argument and try to put out my views. It's like, my God, he's a father that had his neck blown out by a bullet. And now people have forgotten. President Trump was in my state, was shot in the head. And if that could you imagine where our nation would be if he was hit in the same way with Kirk? We really got to turn the temperature down.
I will tell you where we would be had Trump ended up like Charlie Kirk. We would be in a full-blown civil war. There's no question in my mind whatsoever. And since Fetterman won't call Trump Hitler, he won't call Republicans fascists, and he won't support Hamas and Palestinians in Gaza, he's now on the chopping block, reportedly. Axios with a scoop on Thursday morning after we got off the air for Kayal and Company with the following headline. Top Democrats in Pennsylvania are maneuvering to run against Senator John Fetterman in a 2028 primary, threatening to tear the party apart in the biggest battleground state in the nation. Holly Otterbein reports. Holly, who is based in Philadelphia and has written locally in Philadelphia, writes the following. Dems plot Fetterman's ouster. Democrats haven't flipped a GOP Senate seat since Fetterman did so in 2022. He's still popular with Pennsylvania voters, even as Democrats turn on him over his softened approach to President Donald Trump. And to further illustrate the extremism on the left, Phil, please throw up on YouTube this Quantus Insights poll from the summer. The question was, has the Democratic Party become too radical? 45% of the voters said yes. 36% say no. 18% said not sure. And then falling on party lines, 73% of Republicans said yes, 40% of independents said yes, and even 22% of Democrats said yes. And in some wild polling conducted by yours truly yesterday, along with the help of Sean Farish on Twitter, I asked this question. which Sean Farish retweeted so we could really amplify the reach because he has close to 500,000 followers. I said, much like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, Fetterman is next. I don't think Fetterman would leave, but his family are Republicans. They are conservatives. He's the lone wolf. Would you welcome him into MAGA if he wanted to flip? As of 3 p.m. yesterday, over 1,200 respondents, almost identical to the Quantus Insights poll I just cited. 93% said yes. 93% said they would welcome him in. Maybe that's changed in the last 14 hours, but it's still a massive number. And I'm stunned. Responses to the poll range from, we're a welcoming bunch. Blue Dog Dems are pretty much the new Republican Party. Bill Clinton, by all measures, would be considered a Republican. Quote, I would welcome him in if he flipped parties today, but I would vote against him in a Republican primary. He is against most MAGA policies. It's nice that he doesn't publicly wish us all dead, but he is a socialist. Quote, politics is a game of addition. You can't refuse to add. So yes, but he would need to come to Jesus on a few things if he wants to be MAGA and walk the walk, then of course. Other responses, no, his voting record shows he's a Democrat. He just behaves better than the Democrats do. Quote, he's still 90% Democrat, but yes. You can read all of the remarks. Pretty remarkable if you want to check out the mentions in the replies to the poll question that I posted on X yesterday at Nick Kayal. But it doesn't matter how you frame it. Data, polling, inflammatory rhetoric, awful, inhumane actions. The left has lost it, as MAGA has finally figured it out and gotten it together. And this is their last resort, even if it means kicking a stroke survivor to the curb, who just a short time ago was heralded as the future, the new face of the left, President Fetterman in 2028, they all wrote and said. And I've said it for years. Woke will eat woke. The left will devour their own. And John Fetterman appears to be the latest sacrificial lamb. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by the good folks at Wawa. Wawa now has better than ever ways to create your own handcrafted iced coffees and lattes. Pick your milk, the flavor, the sweetener, and the toppings just the way you like. Whether it's bold or simple, every cup is created by you, handcrafted by Wawa. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. You can fire away on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at 1210 WPHT, and hit the like and subscribe buttons. All right, Dawn Stenzlin, your thoughts. The John Fetterman stuff, I think, very, very fascinating. Where do they go from here with who they once heralded as the everyday man? He was the Carhartt hoodie guy. He dresses like Nick Kayal when he goes to work. Now he might be persona non grata if Holly Otterbine's reporting is accurate.
Yeah, I think for Fetterman, look at how he has voted and on most issues. I mean, he's, I think, a rubber stamp within the Biden administration for Democrats. So he's not a Republican. And I was just looking up some of his, govtrack.us. They have all of the stats of any senator or any congressperson, how they voted. And so in that one, he was absent. He was the fourth most absent in votes compared to all senators. So he missed about 21% of all the votes.
Yeah, he's like the kid that would never go to school. He was always sick.
So, I know that he probably has a medical note from the doctor more than the other three, who are the top three perhaps. But, I will just say this. He's a Democrat. He's not a Republican. The fact that people like him on certain issues because he says, well, I grew up with Republicans. Mm-hmm. Okay, good for you. But that doesn't mean anything. If you're going to vote for somebody, you want to look at what they support. How they vote. And so with him, he has been a rubber stamp with progressive Democrats when it comes to his votes. So people should just, you know what I mean? People have to realize that. He's a Democrat. He's not a Republican.
And again, I don't think he will switch parties. I do not. I think he'll leave politics before he became a Republican. That being said, you could argue the same thing about Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy. I would argue my pitch to Republicans that wouldn't want him would be, well, you know what? It is a numbers game. And if he offered something and he brought something to the table, like Tulsi Gabbard has done, like Bobby Kennedy has done, the more the merrier. That would be my approach. And again, what's really fascinating, Holly Otterbein writes this in Axios. I just teased it for you in the big take. He has only voted, this is Fetterman, 6% of the time with Donald Trump. Yet one of the individuals that might try to primary him, and I know, Dawn, you know the name very well, Representative Brendan Boyle, he's going after Fetterman, calling him Trump's favorite Democrat, saying you went to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring. But did you know, again, clickbait, quotes versus reality and facts, Brendan Boyle has voted with Donald Trump twice as much as John Fetterman. Fetterman 6% of the time, Brendan Boyle 14% of the time, which is very interesting. So Brendan Boyle is sitting here running his mouth about Fetterman. He's closer in alignment with Trump statistically than Fetterman is, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Fetterman, to your point, if you look, he's ranked by all accounts on all of these different sites, and some of them, you know, they're tough on both sides, but ranked second most politically left. Senator Fetterman is. As far as Brendan Boyle, his problem is to run against, you know, in a statewide election for Senate. He's a Philly Democrat. Yep. He's known as a Philly Democrat. He's not going to play well. I mean, the reason that Fetterman played well out in places like, you know, Braddock is because, first of all, I think he probably said what you just played on the campaign trail. He probably told, you know, because he's saying, I grew up out here. These are my people, my family, a lot of Republicans in my family. And that was probably a talking point. But you have to look at how somebody's going to vote and do they reflect what you believe in. So to me, when I see this, if the thing I'm going to say is if he gets primaried and Democrats have to spend all this money on primarying him, then that's an advantage for Republicans.
Correct.
So my question is, who will Republicans run to have, you know, we'll have Dave McCormick and then fill in the blank. Does this tee up a chance for a Republican to win?
This whole notion, this whole idea that John Fetterman is popular in Pennsylvania is a myth. Because if the Republicans didn't run Mehmet Oz,
who was considered an outsider,
then John Fetterman would not be a senator right now. So this whole idea that he's you know has this he's a breath of fresh air. First of all, the Democrats don't want a breath of fresh air, and second of all, the Don is 100% right. He's a rubber stamp for the Democrats, which, you know, the Republicans don't want. So he's kind of like a man without a home right now. So
without a party.
I do believe that if it wasn't for the terrible candidate that was Mehmet Oz, John Fetterman would not be senator.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And you bring up the outsider angle, which is fascinating because that's in play again in New Jersey with Jack Chitterelli being a lifelong Jersey guy against the outsider, Mikey Sherrill. Hopefully the outsider thing that worked against Oz works against Mikey coming up in just about 15 or 16 days. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour on the other side. CNN, the ratings are low. So what do? Put premium content behind a paywall.
It's unbelievable.
Back after this, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What a beautiful time of year. Kick off fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? 1,600. Not only the brands that you've heard me talk about all the time, whether it's Honda. Yeah, I drive a Honda. We're a Honda family. But what about Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen? But pretty much any brand, anything that you've been looking at, they're going to have that for you. And that's the kind of selection that I'm talking about. Just visit them, piazzaautogroup.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Search Piazza's pre-owned inventory or for a dealer that's nearest you. And they're across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. piazzaautogroup.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Bet 5. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've seen it happen. Homes sitting on the market for months and months. The photos look fine. The location's great, but still no offers. Well, my great friend Diane Cordano-Casaccio has sold thousands of homes. She knows when your home sits too long, buyers start asking one question: what's wrong with this house? And that's when the price and your hard-earned equity start dropping fast. Diane is hosting a free home seller breakfast seminar, great breakfast, this Saturday morning, 9 a.m. in Fort Washington. I'll be there too. Diane will show you exactly how to sell fast without discounting your price, including how to position your home to attract strong buyers fast in just days. Every attendee gets a free copy of her best-selling book, Model Home Mindset, and her brand new book, Transactional Turbulence. This is a good one. Don't let your home become yesterday's news. Join Diane and me this Saturday. Seats are limited. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com. 215-576-8666.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Ace Frehley, no longer with us after 74 years. Kiss, Kayal and Company. Phil Almquist will dazzle us, I'm sure, coming up at 9:50 this morning. I actually looked this up because I actually asked Stalker off the air before we started this morning, when was the last time that Kiss was active and
back in the New York groove. Sorry.
Yeah, I love it. Crank it up. Let's go. It's a Friday. I don't know that New York's in a groove with a socialist mayor, but that's neither here nor there.
In 1978, they all released their own solo albums, and his was the most successful.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. 1973 to 2023 is what their Wikipedia page says. So about 2 years since they've been, quote, active.
Yeah.
But I would guess a 50-year run, even though if it's not a full-time run, half a century is pretty amazing considering I might not live to be 50. They performed for 50 years.
You're in our death pool.
I'm telling you, I'm a solid pick.
I know you are.
I should be in your top 3 for sure. Could go at any moment.
You said yesterday, you and Zioli, I might have both of you in my back in the New York groove.
In your death pool. Yeah.
In my death pool, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I know the music gets to you sometimes.
It does. Sometimes I just want to be a music station.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of people that would pay $6.99 a month for music, $84 for a year, although I'm not sure that that's the case for CNN All Access, as CNN is, quote, making, according to BusinessInsider.com, CNN is making another go of it, which you guys mentioned earlier, with a subscription service announcing an October 28th launch date for its All Access service at the price of $6.99 per month. So you might be sitting here saying, man, what do I get for $84 a year with CNN All Access? Well, it's an essential step in CNN's evolution as we work to give audiences the complete CNN experience in a format that reflects how audiences engage with the news today, said Alex McCullum, CNN Worldwide Executive Vice President of Digital Products and Services. The launch of a new service has been a key initiative of Mark Thompson, the chairman and CEO of CNN Worldwide, who has worked to merge the linear and digital news gathering operations. The All Access tier will give subscribers the ability to stream a selection of CNN's live U.S. and international programming anywhere you go on any of your connected devices. So what's amazing is I don't think people are sitting down in their homes to watch CNN on TV. In fact, we know that. We talk about it all the time, where Fox News is in the ratings, MSNBC's below them. Then you have CNN, News Nation, Newsmax, OAN, all fighting for crumbs. But my biggest takeaway with this is not to dunk on CNN. That's the easy step. Nobody cares what Caitlin Collins has to say on her show. She is sound bites and video clips for being snippy and interrupting Republicans, most notably Donald Trump. Nobody cares about Anderson Cooper or Wolf Blitzer or Jake Tapper. All these bloated contracts, Dawn has talked about it before. They're probably all going to be on the chopping block as soon as their deals are up. Don Lemon is gone. But I actually think we are at a point now in an era of streaming and paywall overload with the bubble perhaps getting set to burst. And I say that because, first of all, your brand is dying on linear television. And with no viewers, to me, when you go to any platform and you say, we're going to give you bonus content, all access, insert brand and say, so-and-so plus or so-and-so 2. Remember, like 35 years ago, ESPN launched ESPN2. It's because ESPN was in demand. It was a hot commodity, and it was a popular brand and product. That's not the case with CNN. But I'm actually starting to think now, and Stocker and Dawn, you both brought this up a few days ago when we were talking about Ellen Greenberg, the documentary, the 3-part series on Hulu. Do you really think that if you didn't already have Disney Plus or ESPN or ESPN Plus, that you would pay for Hulu or vice versa? If you had Hulu, would you then pay for Disney Plus or ESPN Plus if it wasn't kind of lumped in as a package? And I asked that question because Thursday Night Football was last night on Amazon Prime. And I said to my wife 2-3 years ago, I said, do we have Amazon Prime? The NFL Thursday night package is on Prime. And she goes, yeah, but we're not technically, technically we're paying for it, but we didn't have to pay anything extra. It came with our Amazon subscription when we have, razor blades dropped off on our porch at our house. I just feel like the streaming thing is about to burst. I don't think it's sustainable for all of these companies.
Is that what this is? It's a streaming thing, or is
you can take it with you, I guess, like on your phone. If you have like the CNN app, you can open the app and then stream the access.
Or if you have, somebody in college who's away,
who's coming home.
Oh, for God's sake, who's home? It's 12:30 yesterday.
Yesterday, rushed to the airport. But you know what I mean. So it's. I don't know, and I don't actually know the rules of all this stuff, but like your YouTube, because it's per family. But then what if your kid moves to
We should
college.
We have to break right here, but I actually have a solution to what I do think people might pay for CNN.
Okay. I like that tease. You hooked me. You're going to keep me through the commercials, Gregory. All right, 855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way. Cut sheet in less than an hour with Sean Farish. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you feeling run down? Skip the quick fixes that wear off fast. Fuel your day the natural way with Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement works at the cellular level to help your body produce steady, lasting energy so you can power through work, family, and whatever life brings. Plus, it supports a healthy heart and blood pressure, giving you daily support to feel your best. Right now, you can get a special buy one, get one free deal. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order Rescue Orosine today. Call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak with a friendly rescue product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. Double up on your daily energy supply with this limited time offer. Rescue Orosine, lasting energy naturally. Get it right now, res-q.com, 800-262-5483.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tired of looking at your ugly old slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company, hour number 2, 7:01, Friday morning. Do you need to be reminded we start at 6 a.m.?
You start at 6 a.m.
That's right.
Hang on, ready?
Oh, man. Going to be a KISS type of morning.
Mustard.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
I need a hot keyboard here in the basement. I'd never leave if I had a drop board in the basement. Yeah.
Santa's shouting mustard out loud.
That's right. I'm going to give a very unpopular opinion here. Top 3 KISS songs of all time.
Oh, here we go.
And I know you're going to kill me for the first one.
Yeah. Wait.
Popular.
Let's get Almquist in this too.
Yeah. 8-share. Crank up your mic. Get in box 4. Whatever you have to do. I've got my top 3.
Okay.
But I know I'm gonna get obliterated on YouTube chat for this.
You are.
And I know the music snobs, aka Phil and Greg, will devour me.
Yep.
But that's fine. Rock and roll all night.
No, stop.
You know I'm going there. I mean, I got in with Bruce.
Oh,
Glory
God.
Days. I get killed for that one.
God, it's possibly their worst song.
Crazy, Crazy Nights.
That's a very good song. That's a very underrated song.
And Turn on the Night.
Turn on the Night. I don't know if I know that one.
Those are my 3 favorite Kiss songs. Not that I can sit here and rattle off 10 or 15, but those are my top 3.
Phil Almquist, how do we rate his selection of the top 3?
We give him an F on Friday.
All right, give me your top 3 Kiss songs. And you didn't prepare for this. Nobody did. So just off the top of your head, your top 3.
Well, as a music
I will
elitist,
say
you should be able to rattle
in
these
my
easily.
top 3, I will cover it tomorrow night on This Week in Music History. So there's your teaser.
Oh, nice. 11.
Look at that.
11.
Phil, are you putting your premium content behind a paywall?
I know people will pay for it much more than CNN, so absolutely.
By the way, if you're keeping track at home, I would say Love Gun, Strutter.
Beth
sucks. That song's terrible. Ugh.
One of my friends, Beth, that's her favorite song.
Yeah,
what about
not Beth Ann Ross?
I was
Shout It Out Loud might be one of my favorites.
I Was Made for Loving You.
No. Come on. 7:03. Rockin' at ya.
How 1210 WPHT dominated the talk radio airwaves and then said, you know what, we're setting our sights on the music genre.
Oh, look at you hitting the post.
Lick It Up.
Lick It Up's a great one.
That's right. Like it and lick it up on
Yeah.
the YouTube subscription.
Phil.
Look at Dawn just automatically queuing up her own drops now.
Phil, maybe you can back me up on this. I believe, their unmasked era, and Ace Frehley wasn't a part of their unmasked era, where they took all the makeup off. But it's usually looked upon as like kind of hokey and not their best work. I disagree. I think Creatures of the Night, Lick It Up, even stuff on Crazy Nights, some of their best stuff.
Yeah.
Agree or disagree, Phil Lundquist?
I totally agree.
Thank you, sir.
Not only that, but one of the albums you just mentioned is one of those songs I will play on tomorrow night. So there you go.
Nice. He's always in promoting mode.
Yes.
He's always in promoting mode.
Hey,
Give me something at 7.
After the best, Greg.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
He's always forward promoting.
Forward promoting.
What about now, though?
Yeah, give
What
me
about
something.
now?
Give me something at 7:04.
What are you, a failing
No one's
midday
mentioned
sports
God
talk
of Thunder.
radio
That's a
host?
tremendous song.
God of Thunder is a tremendous song. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Jimmy Kelly says, Phil's just like Gene Simmons.
Speaking of Jimmy Kelly, do we have the photo?
Oh, God, I can't believe this is real.
Of Jimmy. Is this Jimmy Kelly dressed as Space Ace?
Oh, my God.
I think so.
Roll
Yes,
this.
as a little
Oh,
boy.
my God. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Yes.
Because you know what it is? And not to go on a Kiss break here, but like people of a certain age, guys of a certain age, just loved Kiss. You know what I mean? Like the late 70s in that era, that age bracket, loved Kiss.
That was my brother.
Yeah, just loved Kiss.
So that was Jimmy Kelly.
Look at that. YouTube.com/@1210
like he was-
WPHT.
what do you think he's there? Maybe 14 or 15?
I don't know if his mic
If I had
worked,
to
which it
guess.
doesn't.
I don't know if he looks that old.
Yeah.
No?
He looks like
So if you
13.
were born in the late 50s, early 60s, Kiss comes around in 73.
Well, they weren't.
So your teen years would be like the prime?
So Kiss wasn't super popular until Alive came out in 75 or 76.
Okay. Right.
So I would say that Kiss in their prime, like prime popularity was probably 76 to 78, 79, maybe.
Okay.
By 79, they released Dynasty, and it was like kind of disco. It kind of sucked.
Yeah.
They had a bad period between like 79 and 81 with some bad concept albums, but yeah.
Yeah. So did my parents. That's when they got married.
Jimmy Kelly dressing up as Space Ace in the
He's behind
1970s. Yes. Oh, thank you.
Jimmy just walked into Greg's studio.
How old were you, Jimmy?
How old were you, Jimmy?
I was 16 when that photo was
Oh, wow.
taken, and
That's what I was
everybody
thinking.
Yeah,
and
Nick
everybody
was-
kept saying to me, "Well, you play drums. Why didn't you go out as Peter Criss?" I said, "I wanted to do something different, like we do on this radio station. Play different
Right.
Kiss songs.
There
We're
you
not
go.
just going to stick there and play rock and roll all night. We're
All
going
right.
to go for the Phil's going to just pull out some things, and we're not going to do the same thing over and over again."
I agree.
Thank
What
you.
does this look like? WOGL? We're just going to play the same 20 songs on repeat? Not the way it
16.
works, right?
Oh, my gosh.
16 was what year for you?
That would have been 86, and I think you're right. I think it was around the time Asylum came out, and Tears Are Falling was a big song, but...
Yes. Another great song. That's another great song, too.
I would have to agree with you, though, Greg. Like, during that time in the 70s, that was really big. I remember as a kid having those albums and the 45s.
Yeah.
I'm not Sal Governale from the Howard Stern Show dressing up as...
Nobody knows what that means. Nobody knows what that means. God.
What a fool.
I wonder what all those if you have the original albums from those they're
hang
valuable.
on. I have an original Kiss Alive still in its package.
Whoa.
From 1976.
That's got to be worth a bundle.
How much? Yeah.
That's going to my grave with me. How dare you?
Dang.
Yeah. Anyway.
Really? You wouldn't unload that if that was worth a pretty penny?
Well, it depends. It depends on what college my son wants to go to.
Especially if he decides to go to Elon and then come home every 3 weeks. By the way, I looked
specific.
Stenzlin, I looked that up yesterday. Elon University, and I think it's 2 years dated. The 2024 search result came back. Elon is about $45,000 a year out of state. I'm guessing that's gone up since then.
Oh yeah.
Penn State Abington looks pretty good right about now.
No, but first of all, the thing about it is even the local high schools, nobody pays that. So, you can always get scholarships, and that's why they have to get straight A's.
There you go. And your boy's a smart kid.
Do great things, yeah. So.
Yeah. He's an A student, and then he's going to come up and work in radio and ask himself why he went to college when you don't need to go to college to do radio. All right, so we've got the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. We have plenty of clips to get to, the New York City debate and everything else that was going on last night. But Stalker, you teased going into the end of hour one. We're talking about how CNN is launching this premium content for $7 per month called CNN All Access, and you wanted to expound upon that?
So I'm just curious because I'm hearing this for the first time here this morning. So this is a streaming service they're going to do, right?
It is a subscription service at $7 per month, with the transition being to, and I think Dawn has said this, or maybe Greg, you have said this, maybe making CNN or all these networks that are dying all digital streaming video and just get out of the, quote, TV traditional business.
So I do believe that if CNN went the route of, I mean, I know maybe not this audience, but there's a lot of people that pay for it. New York Times subscriptions, Washington Post subscriptions, New York Post subscriptions. You know what I mean? So I believe that if CNN went down that route, where they actually hired journalists and they actually hired people that reported on and wrote about breaking news in a lot of the ways that some of like the AP and the New York Times and stuff do. I do believe that if they went a subscription model, almost like a quote unquote newspaper, I do think that they would get subscribers that way. Nobody's going to pay for their opinion content. Nobody's going to pay for their video content. I believe that if they, really just took the model out of the New York Post or the New York Times and the Washington Post, I think that they could actually get, because CNN is a brand still that I know it's, taboo to say on this radio station, but it is, when breaking news happens, people still go to CNN.
My mother-in-law still watches CNN like it's 1996.
So the brand itself is a quote-unquote news brand. So lean into that and go the all-news route. And I don't mean on TV with reporters out at, I mean literally just take the whole operation of TV off and just make it like a paid subscription for breaking news stories.
Dawn, let me get your perspective on this as somebody who's worked in the news television business, because I do feel, and I'm going to kind of contradict myself because I think Greg is partly right, but I also think there's another layer to this. I do believe there's a thirst for real, true journalism that doesn't fall on party lines. Barry Weiss, Michael Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi. But do you think people in this polarized, divided, tribal world that we now live in, do you think people are willing to pay for that type of news that is true journalism? Or are we so tribal that we only want to consume what we either agree with or disagree with to get angry over? So I'm asking, do we really want journalism, or are we specifically now in an opinion-based world where people only come to the content that they crave or that will trigger them?
I think that if people feel, and I'll bring up Michael Schellenberger. He's one of the few, subscriptions that early on I subscribed to, because he does these incredible investigations that are issue oriented, and he gets to the nitty gritty of it. And he looks, he zooms out, he zooms in. It's very thorough, and I always learn something. And so I think, for me personally, if I can learn something new, if somebody comes at it with totally objective, looking at an issue and looking at all the angles and then looking at it historically. And it used to be that if you had a newsroom and an investigative unit, the money that it cost to pay for that investigative unit is through the roof. And so they couldn't afford it anymore. They cut it out, or they said they couldn't afford it. And so what I'm against is the idea that corporations bought up these news entities. I've talked about this before. Back in the day, it was that if somebody like, a major corporation happened to own a news division, they were proud of that. It was their public service, really, to news and information. Then they realized, and that's why we had, if it bleeds, it leads. That's why we had that. That was corporate America polluting journalism. That's what that was. And so what we're seeing now, in my opinion, is now the separation of it because of lawsuits and a whole lot of reasons. They've realized, this is not a moneymaker. And in fact, you have all these diva celebrities and they're making like $20 million a year, and we don't have to pay that anymore. And so now it's splitting up. So what you're seeing, this whole CNN thing, is because it's like Skydance Media and Warner Brothers, and they're all separating because this is the way that it's going now. And so that's part of this. That's why they don't want a big corporation, as we say, to own all of these different entities. They're splitting this up. It's all about business. It's all about corporate mergers. And it's all about, at the end of the day, making money. I think this is good. I think this is good for journalism.
By the way, speaking of journalism, it's been reported today that Barry Weiss is already chopping off heads.
Oh,
at CBS.
Christiane Amanpour, hopefully.
At CBS News, no.
Because she's at 60 Minutes, right? Christiane Amanpour, the one
yeah, I believe so. The head of CBS News Standards and Practices Unit, who presided over some of the network's recent controversial woke reporting, is out as the new boss. Barry Weiss looks to bring more balance to the left-leaning network. Claudia Milne, M-I-L-N-E, Milne, who ran the division responsible for the moral, ethical, and legal implications of CBS programming, is the first senior executive to leave the network since Weiss arrived as editor-in-chief earlier this month. So she's already taking taking people down, which is it's a good. Look, every once in a while, some things need to be cleaned out, and new voices, right. new people need to be brought in.
And she's reporting to the top dog at CBS, bypassing somebody else along the way. We gave you that story last week. Then, of course, yesterday, NBC News is trimming 7-8% of their staff. And who else have we? Oh, and MSNBC being spun off and rebranded to MS Now. I don't know when exactly that takes place. I feel like it's coming up relatively shortly. And I was thinking about this too. I don't want to leave Fox out of this. Fox News had Fox Nation, their streaming service, for a long time. It's still going. But now they have this Fox One app streaming service that apparently puts everything in the Fox Corporation under one app, and that goes from Fox News to Fox Sports to Fox Nation. And I had no idea how well what type of money Fox Nation was bringing in, but I can't imagine that people are going crazy for Fox One. Now, I don't know if Fox One you have to pay for or if it's a free app and then you kind of log in if you have a Fox streaming digital subscription. But I just jotted all of these down. The only two right now that I feel like are on fire are YouTube TV, especially with the evolution of trying to take away with us for sure. Which, by the way, forget Kayal and Company and 1210 being on YouTube. We should actually be on YouTube TV.
I agree.
There's a difference.
I agree.
There should be like a Kayal and Company block where you just get your little
I
cursor
agree.
out
I
and
agree.
you click on it.
I agree.
Because
But
it's that popular.
But don't worry, WIP will get it first, and then
Right.
Well, who creates it? Who
YouTube.
creates the
Yeah,
YouTube? You have-
yeah.
But I think it's up to you, right? It's up to the company or the brand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if you create that to click on, YouTube takes it. They're not going
Right.
to create it for you, I imagine.
That's a
how
good
it
point.
works.
No.
But YouTube TV and Netflix, to me, are the only two that are on fire. And I know Elon Musk wants to cancel Netflix, and some conservatives are boycotting Netflix. But Paramount Plus, they don't make money. Peacock is dying. Amazon Prime, other than watching Thursday Night Football, I don't know anybody that has Amazon Prime for anything.
They have good documentaries on.
Yeah, but it comes
Do
with
they?
your Amazon Prime subscription.
Yeah.
So it's a bundle.
It is.
Right.
So it comes right with it, and you have a ton of people, right?
The problem
most
is
of us have the Amazon subscription.
Like, we should do it. You know what we should do since our station's on fire right now, and Stalker's consulting a bunch of bad Odyssey stations in the Midwest on how to be good again. We ought to put 12. We ought to do a 1210 paywall.
No,
Why not?
No, because we're
free.
That's what separates us from everything else. Is we're free. You can turn it. You can turn on the radio if you
We're
don't.
not
have
easy,
YouTube.
but we're cheap.
Yes.
Look,
Thank
if you guys want access to my life after 10 a.m., you
Nobody
guys can
does.
sign up $4.99 a month.
Nobody does.
I'll split the proceeds 50-50 with Odyssey.
Nobody does.
You can watch me nap.
Yeah.
You can watch me golf. It'll be like the Truman Show.
Yeah, I'd be more interested in watching Dawn and how she's, how she parents. I'd want a day in the life of Stenzlin more than anything.
I just want to watch Dawn
else.
at like 11 o'clock in a debate with Larry over something in the television industry.
Yeah,
I win.
11 o'clock. Larry's been asleep for 4 hours.
Oh, 11 at night?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I would actually pay $4.99 a month to watch Dawn out in the backyard doing all the landscaping that the man or the boys should be doing. As Dawn is like streaming Zioli in her earbuds.
That's funny.
How
And
long?
she's got like her weed whacker out.
Yeah.
How long is your son home for?
Just the
And we have to
weekend.
break
It's like
again.
a fall break. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you came back from Bethlehem.
There was a wonderful event for some of the nuns, their
break.
sisters at Sisters of St. Joseph last night, where they went to K through 8th grade. And so that was one of the reasons that he wanted to come home. So they
Yeah.
went over there and saw Sister Roseanne and Sister Marjorie, and
By the way,
who are tiny little nuns, and they're like, "Oh my goodness!" They're these giant boys.
The YouTube chat is just furious. They
What?
They want Nick to back away from the camera. Like
I'm back as far as I can be.
I know, but it's very close.
Phil's got me zoomed in too tight. That's the problem.
I don't know about that. I think it might
No,
be
I mean,
you.
my computer is about
Nobody wants
4.5 feet from my face.
Nobody wants to see you that close, Kayal.
I agree.
Suze wants to pull that one nostril hair. No, I'm just
Yes,
teasing.
yeah.
I know, I'm totally teasing you.
Now, sometimes I get the beard trimmer and I go up there when it's on and go, and then you're like, ooh, you feel like you.
All right, we have to break.
Yeah. All right, coming up next. Well, trust me, we're going to get to some of the good stuff in the cut sheet with all of the big politics. But this
Fridays
is
are the best shows
I
because
love
we're
Fridays.
just all over. We're all over the place.
It's big take and then train wreck on Friday.
Yeah, exactly.
Until Sean gets here.
Exactly.
But we like that.
And then once Sean gets here, it's worse.
Yes, because he has props and
Yes.
all kinds of songs and teeth that make noise.
Friday's actually the day that people should come here. If they don't consume us any other day, Fridays are the days you should do it.
That's right.
Thank you.
And of course, all the big news will break on a Friday as soon as we get off. It'll fall right to dawn, and then I'll have to wait until Monday to talk about it. But that's what happens. All right, coming up next, I do want to get to this. We all remember Philly's Karen, right? The home run ball gal that got into the face of the man with the kid down in Florida. I think it was at the Tampa Bay Ray game. Well, now the Milwaukee Brewers have their own baseball Karen, and she talks about ice and disrespects a American citizen who is also a United States military veteran. We've got the audio and video to go along with it. Where do you get a load of this story? And we'll get to that when we come back. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding for years now. I love the work that the Chapman family team has done in my home to make my home more beautiful, more energy efficient. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, I would only recommend or trust the Chapman family team. But here's something I want to just remind you of, and that is that the Chapman team, they also will do your roof. Yeah, they They give good roof, that's for sure. That's right. The same trusted family-owned company that has been serving our community. You look at this, Mike and Mark Chapman starting this company more than 30 years ago at this point. Highly respected because they do impeccable work and they're also fair. Everything is upfront, in writing. Then they go through it with you, make sure that that's exactly what you want because they've listened to what you've chosen to do, not what they think you should do. And there's a big difference between that. It's all customized, if you will, to exactly what you want for your home. They do exceptional work. And it just makes sense to have the one expert team handle your entire exterior, meaning whether it's windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, and yes, your roof. The Chapman team, they care, and they're going to take the time to listen. That's all part of the Chapman difference. And they have financing available as well. So your home improvement project, it can be easier, more affordable than you might think. So if you're somebody you know, and you're needing a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, you can call them. You can text. They're listening right now. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Unlock the door to home ownership with American Heritage Credit Union. Through the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Take advantage of some of the lowest rates in the region. Your home, your next step, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal housing opportunity.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. need, call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$7:28. It is Kayal and Company as we roll on here on a Farish Friday. Sean Farish joining us in just over 15 minutes for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. 35 clips for the cut sheet today.
Actually,
I just counted them on the break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You did count them. Good for you.
35 plus Fight Club and Fight of the Week.
By the way, I want to say this too. We're all naming our favorite Kiss songs earlier.
Yep.
Peter McKeown from Highlight Electric, one of our great listeners, one of our great supporters of every charity that we do here on this, emailed me and said, you can't forget this one, Detroit Rock City, of course.
Oh, yes.
This is definitely my top three.
Okay.
Top three. Love Gun, Detroit Rock City, Strutter probably.
Strutter?
Thank you.
There you go. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. The Monster Wellness Sale is on at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save up to $5,000 on hot tubs, $1,000 on cold plunges, and up to $2,000 on Tylo saunas.
Yeah.
But hurry, the deals vanish October 27th. It's a shame we can't vanish every disrespectful Karen out there in the United States of America. Maybe we can disappear them like lefties like to scream when ICE shows up. Oh, my God, they disappeared him. We should disappear this lady. How about this story? I've got the print version from Fox News. We're going to give you the audio and video in a moment, so Phil, have K1 ready. But let me give you the backdrop here. So a Brewers fan has lost their job after imploring she would call ICE on a Hispanic Dodgers supporter, according to reports. They write the following. A Milwaukee Brewers fan got a double whammy when she reportedly lost her job shortly after her favorite team dropped to a 2-0 deficit in the National League Championship Series. That's, for those who don't know, the series before the World Series, the series that the Phillies should be playing in if the Phillies weren't managed by Rob Thompson. But Shannon Koblacharik was spotted on video threatening a Hispanic Dodgers fan that she said she would call ICE on. After the Dodgers took a 4-1 lead in the 7th inning, Ricardo Fasado recorded the upset Milwaukee crowd, rhetorically asking why American Family Field was so quiet. Koblarczyk then called Fasado a wussy, but with the P in front of the W, for not drinking beer like a real man. She says, you know what? Let's call ICE, Koblarczyk then said to a fellow Brewers fan in front of her. Fasado then responded that he was not only a United States citizen, but he also served in 2 wars. To which Koblarczyk swiped at Fasado. ICE is not going to do anything to me. Good luck. Call ICE. Call them, you effing idiot. The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel confirmed that Koblarczyk is no longer with Manpower Group, a Milwaukee-based staffing company, and also resigned from her role on the Make-A-Wish Wisconsin Board of Directors. So Make-A-Wish, a great charity group out there for kids dealing with awful diseases. Fasado told the outlet that Koblarczyk reported him to stadium security. Fasado, who signed up for the military after 9/11, feeling compelled to serve his country, served in Iraq and Afghanistan. Despite the attack, he does not feel that Koblarczyk should have lost her job. I don't think it was like horrible or something that you should be fired for. I feel bad for her. We cannot be judged on one mistake and a lot of emotions were involved. It was just hurt feelings. Nobody physically hurt anybody. I'll tell you what, I know we do a lot with Window Nation, the Travis Manion Foundation, honoring our vets and our heroes, usually with a local tie. But if we could get Mr. Fasato on Kayal and Company after serving in Iraq and Afghanistan post 9/11.
Hang on, homie.
I'd love to talk to this man.
Hang on, homie. Did you watch the video?
I've seen the video.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Let's just.
All right.
You want to roll it?
Yeah. Let's roll it. Let's roll.
All right,
it.
Kayal. Let's see it.
I'm not supporting this woman because God knows I despise Karens.
Okay.
Even though my mother-in-law's name is Karen.
Oh.
Wow. So I have a TDS mother-in-law and you have a Karen mother-in-law.
But my mother-in-law, who's Karen, is actually not a Karen. So
right. And she loves you, unlike my mother-in-law who.
Oh, she absolutely loves me. She actually loves me more than some of her own children.
Is that right?
Absolutely. Well, right. I'm very lovable.
Well, that's debatable.
All right. Should I roll this?
Yeah. K1. Let's roll this.
Why is everybody quiet? Why is everybody quiet? Why is it? Oh, why is everybody quiet? What is this? I'm sorry.
You know what? Let's call ICE.
All right, hang on a second. Can we just pause it for a second? So they're in the Brewer Stadium, and the Dodgers are just boat racing the Brewers. I mean, this is not even going to be a fair series. So he's just doing what most people do as
an opposing fan.
As an opposing fan, he's kind of heckling the Brewers fans, which I appreciate.
Part of the experience.
As somebody who loves heckling, I think it's part of the. So this woman was just a little upset. You know what I mean? That and why don't you drink beer like a real man and not a P word? Because he has one of those those Celsius drinks or one of those.
He's drinking an energy drink.
Is he drinking an energy?
Is that, or is that an alcoholic beverage, just some sort of IPA?
It's one of those White Claws. It's seltzers. That's the word I was looking for. It's one of those seltzers, and it's debatable if men should drink seltzers.
Well, see, I'm not going to see. That's the difference between you and I. See, I am not going to question a veteran. If you, I'm not going to sit there and call a Iraq, Afghanistan war veteran a P word for drinking a White Claw. I mean, I might drink harder liquor, but I don't have the stones to serve in our military like you did, kind sir.
Listen,
that's the difference.
Listen, Kayal. Listen, you know how much we do. The reason we're doing radiothons for the Travis Manion Foundation is because I insisted on it. So we do a lot for veterans. I love veterans. But, he's being obnoxious, to fans. So you.
He didn't say anything offensive. He's like, why is it so quiet in here? Where's all the Brewer fans that I'm surrounded by?
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, is that when you need to give or get as good as you give. So if somebody's coming back at him, then that's what happens. You know what I mean? Would I have gone down the ice path? Probably not. But
completely out of line from this Karen.
Calling somebody a P word for drinking a seltzer is let me look at I see no lie.
Well, I mean, it's all about reaching your desired state of inebriation you hope to achieve. However you get there, I don't care. My brother-in-law used to do this to me all the time back in the day. He used to drink Miller Lite. And my go-to drink 20 years ago, once I became of age, was vodka cranberries. He's like, how's your Shirley Temple? And I'm like,
cranberries,
dude, I'm drinking vodka. You're drinking light beer. You're calling my manhood into question? Why? Because it's got a nice red tint to it.
Vodka cranberry. What do you have, a UTI? Oh God.
Well, maybe I did.
What are you, a female?
Well, maybe
vodka cranberry. Ugh.
Don't shame my gender.
All right, can we start this over?
Yeah, because
I want to know.
This lady's out of line.
You and I are on the opposite sides. I want to see the tiebreaker. What tiebreaker Stenzlin has to say.
Stenzlin would have choked this lady out.
All right, can you start it over, Phil? All right, go.
Let's roll this.
Why is everybody quiet? Why is everybody quiet? Why is it? Oh, why is everybody quiet? What is this? I'm sorry.
You know what? Let's call ICE.
Call ICE. Call ICE. I'm a U.S. citizen. We're veteran, baby girl. We're veteran. 2 wars. ICE is not going to do nothing to me. Good luck. Good luck.
Oh,
good luck.
Yeah. She gave
Call
him a
ice. Call him.
She gave him a little
Call
shove,
him.
but she has a smile on her face
And a short haircut.
I see nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong with this.
No, it's
I see
totally
nothing
out
wrong
of
with
line.
it.
Yeah.
I
She
see
had
wrong
nothing
with
to
it.
say
No.
after he hit
No.
her back with, I served in two wars.
He started it. It's not like she walked up to him and go, I'm going to call ice. I'm going to call ice. He started it by taunting her.
So because he's doing what every man does in a sporting venue when you're rooting for the opposing team in the home team's venue, her go-to was, I'm going to call ice. Seriously?
Okay. All right,
Trump
maybe
should support her.
This is nothing.
What's that?
This is nothing.
So
Like,
what?
What did she do? She playfully swats at him?
Yes. This is thank you.
That was
playful. Thank you.
Out of line.
Yeah. No, it's not out of
Show
They probably
respect.
hooked up
I'm wearing my
later.
TMF t-shirt.
I think they might have hooked up
I was
later.
just going to say that.
She might have taken advantage of him.
Yeah. I mean, come on.
It was very playful. She's smiling.
He started.
Yeah.
He's a veteran who definitely has a sense of humor. Who definitely can take a joke. So the ice thing. I mean, come on.
I'll give you this much. I don't think, and I do agree with the vet, Mr. Fasato, she should not lose her job for this.
Yes, this is ridiculous.
We are now, and I'm not saying that Republicans or conservatives got her canceled, but we have to stop doing this. Let's put every piece of public information out on the internet against somebody that did something we don't like, to the point where the employer, which, by the way, could some of these employers get a backbone, have a set of stones, and defend your employee a little bit? This rush to terminate somebody, like she is working for Manpower Group, or was a Milwaukee-based staffing company. She probably, I don't know, she makes 80 grand, 120 grand, whatever it is. She lives paycheck to paycheck. Let's put it that way. And now she has to lose her job and her livelihood over that.
It is. First of all,
that's cancel culture, which I hate.
First of all, he was taunting, which is fine. Like he didn't do anything wrong that an opposing fan should do at a game. Because
on a scale of 1 to 10, what he said is a 0.
Exactly. But he was filming it, so he wanted people's reaction. So he got somebody's reaction. This is a non-story. In my opinion, it's a non-story. I'm glad you brought it up because it's
filming culture is the problem, with everybody willing to have to put. Remember yesterday? I'm going to pull I can pull my phone out and record you too.
No, the problem is that nobody has a sense of humor anymore. I'm going to call ice on you is going to get her fired? Like, come on.
Well,
it's a
I
joke.
agree. She shouldn't be fired.
It's a joke. It's a joke by a veteran who can take it. Honestly.
Poll question. We need to do a poll question on this.
All right. What's the
Is the punishment excessive? Should she have lost her job for what she said? Because we all realize, he didn't really do anything wrong, and she disrespected a veteran, but in the scale of society, it's not a major crime to say what she said. Should she have lost her job? Yes or no?
I don't think that's hang on,
No?
Phil, before you put it up there. I don't think that's the question, because I don't think anybody agrees that she should lose her job for that.
Okay.
I think the question is that, what's the question? Is it
should women be allowed at baseball games?
No, I think actually, to be honest with you, I think the guy was more in the wrong than she was.
Wow. All right. Who's more guilty in the whole story? Who's
Yeah.
more complicit in the conflict?
Yes. I think it's
the veteran or
I think it's
the
him.
Karen?
I think it's him. You can't you can't just side with him because he's a veteron. Like, veterans
yes,
wouldn't
I can.
No,
I absolutely can.
Veterans wouldn't want you to do that. That's ridiculous. What
Get Ryan Manning. Get Ryan. Call
what an
Ryan Manning
asinine,
right now.
brain dead statement.
Get the colonel on. Get the colonel on. Where's Tom Mannion?
I'm just going to side with them because they're a veteran. That's ridiculous. Veterans wouldn't want you to do that.
I'm pandering to my base, Gregory.
Just like police would not want you to side with only police because they're cops. They know there's bad apples in their ranks, of course. Who's more in the wrong?
Karen should go to Alligator Alcatraz.
Veteran Dodgers fan or Milwaukee Karen? I am putting veteran Dodgers fan.
I know Sean Ferris will have a thought on this.
Wow.
We'll talk to him.
More in the wrong.
He'll vindicate me.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. And for all you out there saying it's a non-story, yes, I know it's a non. Calm down.
Yeah, relax.
Relax.
You want me to spend 20 minutes telling you John Bolton's going to prison? Would that make you feel better, Road Warrior? Will that make you feel better?
Why are you calling a road warrior?
Tweeting me again last
He's my
night with
friend.
the moving the goalposts.
Well,
again, let me know when any of these guys go to jail.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I believe maybe.
Schmeitman.
I believe one of us did say that like nothing was going to happen. And is an indictment something happening? Yes, I believe an indictment is something happening.
An indictment's a nothing burger until these people serve time.
Well,
By the way, I threw this poll question up last night, which I think is a good one. More likely to happen: Larry Krasner locks up a repeat offender to the maximum in Philly, or any of these federal indictments against deep state operatives like Bolton, Comey, Letitia James, and others lead to a day of prison. The response? 75% believe that the federal government has a better chance at putting somebody away than Larry Krasner.
By the way, Rick Rivera on the YouTube chat says, I'm a veteran and can absolutely say that I wouldn't want you to side with me just based on that. Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you. Nick pandering to the veterans because, it's ridiculous.
That's what I do.
It's ridiculous.
All right. Farish is coming up next. He's in the hopper, ready to go. We'll go to the Sir Box 4 on the other side. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But how about this? Let's kick off your fall in style and find yourself that new or that certified luxury vehicle that you have been wanting, because our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're here to assist you in your unique vehicle search throughout the tri-state area. That's right, the Piazza Premium family features dealerships in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey, where you can find Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's Piazza, PremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PremiumAutos.com. Swing by in Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, or do it right now on the World Wide Web. And if you go in person, tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get 4.75% financing for 60 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $239 a month for 36 months. or get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. It is a fairish Friday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, and now active, loaded, and installed in the box for the great Sean Farish. Woo! Sir, good morning.
Woo-hoo. Sir, it's a tremendous morning. Long time no see. We were here earlier in the week with a headdress on. And now we're not with a headdress, but many people said to me, "You're the greatest Indian chief in the history of the world." You know that chief is a tremendous thing, widely recognized as the greatest chief. And by the way, I have a huge teepee. They call it a longhouse, a huge teepee. They have a very small one, a wigwam. Hakeem Jeffries has a little tiny wigwam.
By the way, can I just say one of my favorite nuances of Sean Farish's Trump impression that people may not get, but I think is absolutely brilliant, is the we. Every time you say we, we're happy to be here. Well, we say this because that is exactly what Trump says. It is such an amazing little nuanced part of his speech that you picked up on that nobody else does. That's amazing.
Can I be honest with you? I had no idea I even. I'm dead serious. I had no idea, but it's true. He does do that. I had no idea. I had no idea I even did that.
Yeah.
It's involuntary.
That's what football coaches do. They always say we. Like in college football, we believe we're building the program, and it's like, I don't know if they're including their wives in it or their families, but it's always plural for some reason.
Yep.
No, it's like Aaron Glenn saying, "We believe Justin Fields gives us the best chance to win," and I say, "We believe you're full of sugar, honey, iced tea," but that's okay.
By the way, speaking of football, I'm not going to get to it right away because I don't want everybody in the YouTube chat to get all mad that we're talking too much sports. But something happened in last night's Thursday night football game with your former quarterback Aaron Rodgers that I want to get to, and we will get to that at some point.
By the way,
in today's cut.
By the way. Yeah. Two of our former quarterbacks, because Joe Flacco was once a Jet, allegedly, for a period of time. So I saw Aaron Rodgers, and then we had, the mailbox, Joe Flacco, who,
The mailbox.
I don't want to go too far in sports either, but did I or did I not see a designed quarterback run for the guy with the mobility of a traffic light? Who, and he got the first down. I couldn't believe what I was watching.
It's amazing.
Couldn't believe it.
Sean, all right, let's get down to business.
Sean should do a sports show.
Oh, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Sean and I could do like a
Mike and the Mad Dog type.
Mike and the Mad Dog
type New York.
Well, what's interesting about that is now every Saturday we do one with LFA TV, which is a network I stream for Monday through Friday. We have one on Rumble, so it's a lot of fun.
Oh wow, nice!
Yeah.
I didn't. That's a little fact that I didn't know about you. Wow, interesting.
Every Saturday, 9 to 11 Eastern. We just started it last week and kind of working out the kinks and figuring out how we want to, where we want to take it. But it was fun last week. I can say that.
What are you doing? A little college football and NFL?
We did mostly NFL last week. We got to get a little bit better versed in college football, but yeah, we're working out how to do it, and it was because we were used to talking politics. But we're like, hey, it's okay to watch sports. It's all right.
Yeah,
and some people were like, no, it isn't. No, it is. It is. You could just,
I'm available if you need me.
People get all butthurt and up in their feelings. They're like, oh, this is supposed to be a political station. It's like, calm down. I know the other station can't talk politics on that station. The beauty about this station is we can talk whatever we want to. You know what I mean? Like this is a general talk radio station. Thank you very much. Now let's get to this. Sorry. Speaking of being all up in my feelings.
The cut sheet!
What's on the cut sheet on this Fairish Friday? Sponsored by my friends, the great people at Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by the dealerships, both dealerships today. Giant American flag, because they're patriots. They love this country. They're like-minded with you. Do you understand me? They're like-minded with you. Go buy them today. Tri-County Auto Group. Tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. And you love the cut sheet. All right, let's get into, as Sean Farish calls him, the walrus.
I saw a friend of mine on X yesterday who happens to be a Bills fan, but he's a cool dude, really cool guy. Called him the Warhawk Walrus, and that is the only way I'm going to refer to him from this point forward.
John Bolton came down yesterday, has been indicted for having classified information. So people like Road Warrior, who has said that indictments are coming. Now we have seen Tish James, we've seen James Comey, and now we've seen John Bolton. So, will anything come of this? That's up in the air. But they have been indicted. So technically, Nick Kayal, he is correct that something has happened since we made these proclamations on this radio station a couple months ago.
Yeah, you really changed my view on this, Stalker. Thank you very much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my headphones off. I'm going to go run down my street, butt naked in my birthday suit, doing cartwheels and backflips. We've got an indictment! Yeah!
You're going to get indicted for that, by the way.
As well you should. All right.
How we lower the bar in the revenge tour of Trump. Now it's, from mugshots and prison to they wanted to strip him from this. The guy was shot in the ear. But we got an indictment, baby.
So I don't believe anything's going to happen to James Comey. But so I went to a source that I normally go to because I know people are going to roll their eyes, but I like Ellie Honig. I think he's a guy that kind of calls it down the middle. I know people say he's liberal, but I think he's a fair guy. And he said, so his opinion on this, I think is an important one here. This is 24. He argues that Bolton's allegations are more serious than those against Trump. Because Trump was indicted for the same thing. Roll this.
You're a legal analyst, Ellie Honig. Ellie, now that we've seen this indictment, how serious do these charges seem to you?
Well, Jake, if prosecutors can prove these charges, that's always the big if, then John Bolton's conduct, to me, is more serious, certainly than we saw in the investigations of Hillary Clinton, of Mike Pence, of Joe Biden, and even more serious than the conduct that got Donald Trump indicted. Let me tell you why. First of all, John Bolton didn't just mishandle this information. He didn't just keep it in a box in a garage or even scattered around a resort. He actively disseminated it to two people, according to the indictment, two family members who were outsiders, who had no security clearance over AOL, which, by the way, was hacked. Second of all, we're talking about the highest level security. The indictment talks about information relating to military attack plans, to missile launches, to foreign leaders, to sensitive sources and methods. And third of all, Bolton's team was not exactly forthcoming about this. There came a point where they learned his email had been hacked by Iran. They notified the FBI, but they omitted the fact that John Bolton was using that account to communicate with these outsiders. So I think if DOJ can prove this, this is big, big trouble for John Bolton.
Wow. The Espionage Act, by the way. Yeah. You know what I mean? So this is a big, serious deal.
I know everybody yesterday was having fun because as you read the highlights of the case and the story, he used an AOL email address and it's you've got jail. Like that was funny, that was clever, and I don't doubt the fact that he's guilty. Just like I said with Tish James, just like I've said with James Comey. I mean, I think he perjured himself. It's not a matter of whether or not I think these people are guilty. The question is, and I don't believe anymore we live in a country where, quote, nobody is above the law. Until I see a Democrat actually take a perp walk, actually get a mugshot, actually be convicted, and serve prison time, I'll continue to believe, no, there are different rules for different fools. If it's a Republican, it's open season. For Democrats, it's like, I mean, you have to commit murder to go to jail, basically. And until I see that, I'll just continue to believe that this is nothing more than a dog and pony show, and we'll get our social media pound of flesh. But, ultimately this guy will end up walking free or copping a plea and getting no jail time. Like, that would be probably the worst possible outcome, I think, for Bolton, is cops a plea, ends up in some sort of, like, probationary status, pays a do you really think he's going to sit in a jail cell? I don't believe so, but that's just me.
I don't think so either, but I think it might be because he seems to be one of these self-important people who cares only about John Bolton, and I hope they squeeze him. And I hope he squeals on some other people, because that's how he is, right? I mean, he cares literally about nobody. Look how many countries he wanted to bomb. Oh, he don't care about anybody, right?
I despise him.
So here's the thing. 18 counts is what he got indicted on. 18 counts of mishandling classified information. The left wanted they wanted you to believe that Donald Trump was guilty of essentially what now prosecutors are alleging Bolton is guilty of. The problem is Donald Trump was covered by the Presidential Records Act and John Bolton is not, right? So, and then putting it on an AOL email server. I mean, I would drop the case just on that, being like, yo, you were going to send it through AOL? Good luck. Nobody was going to get that information. You got to crank up the dial-up machine and put the hamster on the wheel to send that? No, but no. If in fact nobody's above the law, and he was doing these things and doesn't have the right to do it, you have to try the case. Whether or not the case winds up in a conviction, it's not out of your hands, but it comes down to 12 people at the end of the day on your jury. The process is like the consolation prize, I guess, because everyone says, well, the process is the punishment. I hope we see convictions in the Tish James case, Sasquatch. I hope we see convictions in the, in the Comey case, but I'm not optimistic about the Comey one. But the Bolton case, I think, is pretty bad.
I agree with Sean.
Is pretty bad.
I agree with Sean. And here's the thing, Sean, that I've said on this show the last couple of days is that if you're going to go after Trump for stuff like this, you better you better well have your house in order and make sure there's no skeletons in that closet, because man, when the tables are turned, it's coming back against you. So like Tish James, like she should have, when she went after Trump, she should have been like, hey guys, all that bad stuff we're doing, we should not do that anymore. And John,
maybe not housing a fugitive.
John Bolton the same way. Like you can't go on TV and comment on, there's a clip floating around of Bolton when it was happening to Trump saying that this is very serious and this disqualifies him from the race and all that stuff. You better well be damn sure that that you don't have some classified documents in your shed or whatever.
But that's the old saying about kill the king.
Yeah, exactly. You best not miss.
Yep. Doesn't this also speak to the arrogance? Because some people are going to sit here and say, oh, Trump said he was going to be too busy to inflict revenge and payback on his political rivals. But the reality is they're so arrogant that you're right, Greg. They don't have all of their I's dotted and their T's crossed. I mean, for God's sakes, Joe Biden, with the classified documents, and they're walking around with documents that they have no right to hold, like they're, carrying loose change in their wallet. It's the arrogance is just next level.
The problem is that you have the same thing with Comey, is that like John Bolton is not a popular guy. You know what I mean? Like the right doesn't like him, the left doesn't like him. Like he's a guy who, like Comey, is a man. So like nobody's crying that John Bolton has been indicted. No, just like nobody was crying that James Comey has been indicted. So to say that these are political, I guess. Okay, but then who are really the people that are out there rallying for John Bolton or James Comey? There's not many people.
No, just the TDS people.
Exactly. Stensland, you think he'll go to jail over this?
I think he could.
Yeah.
Bannon, remember Bannon? He went,
It's true.
Solitary confinement.
Yeah.
For Bannon.
But Bannon's a Republican.
That's true, but I think Bolton could.
Bolton is a Republican, guys.
Bolton's a Republican too, so maybe that's why he'll go to jail. He's technically
he's a good Republican.
A Republican.
He's a good Republican.
Let's not forget that everybody loved Bolton during the Iraq War. When he was bombing the crap out of Iraq. You know what I mean? Like everybody loved John Bolton then. All the people with the yellow flags, the yellow ribbons on their lapels. They all loved him then. I knew he was a war criminal then. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Not hard to sniff out these war hawks.
It's not. Wow. Harry Anton did a poll yesterday on the New Jersey gubernatorial race.
Mm-hmm.
And I know
walking, breathing billboard for caffeine. That is Harry N.
What are we talking about here?
I know
Kate Baldwin.
I know if you listen to this radio station, Jack Chitterelli has this in the bag. Am I right, guys?
No, he doesn't have it in the bag.
Okay, well, no, I'm just listening to my radio station, and from what I hear on my radio station, Jack Chitterelli has this in the bag.
Greg, I don't know that the audience will be able to handle this clip.
Okay.
The audience is going to lose their mind when they hear this clip.
Okay, well, that's why...
I'm proceed with caution.
That's why we're the only show that'll play it. Cut 2, Phil.
Oh, you know, in New Jersey, I know that my Democratic friends, there's been a lot of bedwetting, but I'm here to tell you, don't trust the comment sections online, because what do we have going on here in New Jersey? All right, Mikey Sherrill's the Democrat, Jack Chitterelli is the Republican. You go July and August, Sherrill was ahead by 8 points. There's been all this talk, Chitterelli's really closing the gap. Well, maybe a little bit, but if you look at the average, what you see is that Sherrill's still ahead by 6 points. That's a pretty significant lead. Look, Chitterelli has a shot, but it is very clear that Mikey Sherrill leads this race when you look at all of the data. And why does she lead in the great state of New Jersey? Well, the reason she leads in the great state of New Jersey is rather simple. If you know that Kamala Harris won the state back in 2024 by 6 points, then what Jack Chitterelli needs to do is he needs to win over some of those Harris voters. But what we see at this point is Mikey Sherrill leads among the Harris voters by 87 points, according to a recent Fox News poll. And look at how Jack Chitterelli is doing among Donald Trump voters. He's leading them by 86 points, which is basically equal to 87 points. But when you know that Kamala Harris won New Jersey by 6 points, he can't just be matching this margin. He needs to be eating more into Sherrill's base than she's eating into that Donald Trump base that, of course, Jack Chitterelli is reliant on. And simply put, at this moment, Jack Chitterelli, at least in the polling data that is public, the non-internal polling, is not doing what he needs to do in order to win in November.
Well, I mean, it's not surprising that she's plus 87 with Harris voters because she is Kamala Harris 2.0. The longer she's out there, the more she gets exposed. I can give you polls where, I mean, even the Fox News poll recently for multiple days has been Chitterelli down 6, down 7, down 8. You can look at polls that say Jack's within 1 or within 2, maybe perhaps dead even, certainly within the margin of error. But I do think, and I believe, that the momentum is on Jack's side. I do think the polling is accurate. I saw yesterday 91% for Chitterelli, quote, energized, versus 86%, quote, energized for Mikey Sherrill. I don't believe she's up 5, 6, 7, or 8. I think she's probably up 1 to 3 points, which is certainly within the margin of error. But to steal some analysis from Sean Farish, which is always great, talk about taking advantage of early voting, bank your vote so that these low propensity voters can be contacted and reached. That's why I think you need to bring that same energy, and we're 2.5 weeks out, so the energy's about to expire. You should have been activated and engaged the entire month of October, just like you were a year ago when 47 was on the ballot. If you did, and if you've taken advantage of that, then Jack's going to be in a good spot to pull off the mild upset. If not, well, then she's going to be your next governor.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I have heard from a friend who was doing independent journalism who was embedded with the Sherrill campaign, and he told me probably a month ago that their campaign was running like a well-oiled machine. They're spending a lot of money, and they're making a lot of contact with voters. Not necessarily that the voters are believing them, but that they're running a really smooth operation on the Sherrill side. That doesn't mean Chitterelli can't win.
Agreed.
But he was basically saying, look, unless Republicans get it together in New Jersey, it may be a rough night. There's no, again, like Nick said, there's no doubt that Jack has the momentum. And there's no doubt that people need to embrace the early voting. The problem is, and I've said this looking at, is he an inspiring candidate? I mean, to me, I'm not inspired by that's not to say not to vote for him, but I'm not inspired by a guy who lost to Phil Murphy, right? So I'm kind of like, this guy, it's almost as if is his name stale in the state. I don't know. I'm not from Jersey. I get the impression that in some places he may be there may be a little bit of Chitterelli fatigue, but he's the guy. He's the option against, Mikey Sherrill. So you got to go out there. You got to pull the lever for him. You got to, if you want a Republican governor, if you want to pull off the flip and the mild upset, you got to do it. He's the guy. If you didn't want him to be the guy, that's what primaries are for. He won the primary going away, right? So, it wasn't even close. Voters spoke. That was the guy they wanted. I don't know. There are internal polls. I don't really trust those. I don't know if Sherrill's up 6. I would say if I had to put a number on that election right now, sadly, I would say Sherrill wins by 3. But that's now. There's a few weeks.
Yep.
There's a few weeks left that you can get your friends out and go 10, 10, and 10, and you're within striking distance, right? You're within striking distance to close that gap. You see Enton's breakdown, and Sherrill's got 87% of Harris voters, and Chitterelli has an equal number of Republican, of Trump voters. That needs to be better for Chitterelli. But the independents, which way are the independents breaking? Because they're going to make or break this election.
And they are
critical. According to somebody I know, right, according to the guy that was embedded in that campaign, the Sherrill campaign is very confident. Are they winning over independents? If they are, then you could be in for some trouble. It is never up to the candidate to win these races. It is up to the candidate supporters to spread the word and mobilize to win these races. So are you motivated, Jersey, to win the race, or are you not? If you're not motivated, if this is not a race that you want to win, then you're going to lose. If you're going to leave it all on the field, then you've got a shot to win. I suggest leaving it all on the field.
Yeah, and to your point, there are reports that within the Trump administration, there are some incredible allies and those Trump supporters, big bucks, because this takes money. And so Gentleman Jack, we saw him in the only televised debate where Mikey Sherrill was making those horrible allegations. I know that his team filed a lawsuit, but I think that he wants to remain consistent, not to go for her jugular, but that does not prevent ads from going after her jugular. In other words, talking about the fact, reminding New Jerseyans about Governor Phil Murphy. She is right in alignment with Joe Biden, Phil Murphy. She just is somebody who wears a different mask, if you will. Mm-hmm. And so they, just as Mikey Sherrill has during the debate, the only thing she has in her campaign, right, is to run against Trump and put an alliance between Trump and Jack Chitterelli. So the Chitterelli campaign and all the Republicans campaign need to remind, especially those independent voters, what Mikey Sherrill has stood for. She's a rubber stamp for Phil Murphy. If you want Phil Murphy 2.0 and stop talking about Kamala Harris, all elections are local.
Yep.
Remind parents what happened during the pandemic. Remind parents about these horrible plans that don't work. Her idea that I'm going to declare a state of emergency, everybody who's an expert says that will not work, New Jersey. Mm-hmm. And so if you want your property taxes lower, if you want your energy prices lower, they need to just do that math for people. But the ads and the money, they need to bombard the airwaves with all of the ads. That takes the bucks. And so if Trump can mobilize those, the Trump passion as far as getting people out there and convincing people, or at least getting people to do their homework and their due diligence, I think Chitterelli has the shot. But they have to go for the jugular, right?
No question.
He was in that debate. A lot of people said, man, his MO is, I'm Gentleman Jack. Okay. But she said some pretty horrible things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
You know what I mean?
Right. You can't be Gentleman Jack against Mean Mikey.
Yeah, you have to, to quote Herman Edwards, you play to win. Mm-hmm. Don't play to, who are you trying to, are you trying to win voters on the left? Overall, yeah, you'd love to have them, but you're not changing their minds. Oh, he seems like a nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't want to vote for a nice guy. I don't want to vote for a mean guy. I want to vote for a guy who actually looks like he wants to fight. If I'm watching UFC and I see a guy kind of tickling one fighter and the other one's beating the crap out of him, I'm going to be like, what the hell am I watching here?
Yeah.
What is this, right?
No, you're right.
Could you please? And this is the thing, and again, in Virginia, I think is suffering the same problem. Winsome Sears, she has a great story. Don't get me wrong. And I actually respect her a lot, okay? But is she the most inspiring thing that you have, Virginia? I get it. It's a purple state and the whole thing. And again, a much better alternative than Abigail Spanberger.
Sure.
And please, whatever happens, make sure Jay Jones doesn't win that election down in Virginia.
Right.
But this is my biggest problem with the right in these elections. We sleep through the primaries, and then we get to the general election, and you have Gentleman Jack to vote for. Again, he's your choice because that's how the primary is. I don't want these guys or these men, these women who are trying to play cutesy with the left, who, I'm sorry, are calling us fascists and having our people killed.
Right.
It's time to stop.
Yeah.
What is the point of going out on a debate stage and being nice to somebody who thinks you're a fascist?
Right.
What's the point?
And,
I don't
and
understand
Sears,
it.
Yeah, you're right. And Sears is very low energy, but she's also low energy, which is really interesting because Glenn Youngkin does not necessarily galvanize the base and motivate people. Solid governor in Virginia, but he's low energy. I just want to point out how wild these polls are as far as the inconsistency. I've got interactive polling up on X right now, and you have one poll from FDU, sample size about 800. Mikey Sherrill up 7 on Jack. And then I scroll down their feed, Insider Advantage, polling sample of about 1,000. Mikey Sherrill's only up 1 point on Jack Chitterelli. But what you pointed out, Sean, the independents, according to another poll, Jack Chitterelli is up 6 on Mikey Sherrill. This is actually the Fox News poll.
Fox News. Okay.
Yeah, Mikey Sherrill 37%, Jack Chitterelli 43%. If Jack Chitterelli can win independents by 6 to 8 points, then he's probably going to be in the lead probably still within the margin of error of winning this election. I don't think, especially, and I don't think there's really a lot about Jack Chitterelli presentation, personality-wise, that resembles Trump at all. But for the left, and you said, you would love to win people over from the left. All the left needs to hear, because they're closed-minded and they have tunnel vision, is, Trump endorsed candidate. I'm out on him. Trump endorsed him. Jack Chitterelli is very different from Donald Trump. Policy-wise, certainly a lot of similarities. But like Dawn says, this is not a national election. This isn't Mikey Sherrill against Trump.
All local.
New York, it's not Mamdani against Trump. You need to appeal to the issues and the people in your state. She's making it a national election, whereas I think Jack Chitterelli's saying, hey, property taxes, energy costs, windmills, those aren't national things. Those are Jersey things right here.
Yeah, it's true.
But the only thing the Democrats care about, the Democrats, is Trump. So that's why you saw in the New York City mayoral election, they brought up Trump a gazillion times. They did it in the Virginia Attorney General's debate. They did it in the Virginia gubernatorial debate. They did it in the New Jersey gubernatorial debate. The Democrats, Trump. Okay, fine. Now, what does that show you? That shows you that they have nothing to run on and only somebody to run against who isn't even running in any of those races. Trump is not running for mayor of New York City. Trump is not running for governor of Virginia. Trump is not running for attorney general of Virginia. Trump is not running for governor of New Jersey. Okay? They're making it all about Trump. All right? Now, to Dawn's point, if I'm Chitterelli, I'm making it all about Murphy, like she said, right? I'm going to basically use the same playbook that Obama 08 used against John McCain, a la Bush fatigue. Do you have Phil Murphy fatigue? You can't vote for Mikey Sherrill then, because she is Phil Murphy in a dress. And maybe Phil Murphy wears dresses. And maybe he doesn't. I don't know, right? I mean, Phil Murphy may go to the bathroom in the same place as Mikey Sherrill. I don't know who's using who's. Can we? That's where you've got to go. The Democrats are running against Donald Trump. Donald Trump's not in any of these races. It shows you the Democrats have nothing to stand for, but at the same time, that is their identity. They are the party and the movement anti-Trump. They are the resistance right now. That's all they've got to do. It's lazy. It's not fair, but it is how they're going to run their campaigns. And there needs to be an aggressive pushback against that, from the other side. Jack has got to come out and say, look, I love Donald Trump. I'm endorsed by Donald Trump. He's not running for governor. Talk about me. What are you going to do? You can't run against Trump if he's not running in this race.
Let me go around the room and this is a two-part question. One is will he, and the next is should he. Will Donald Trump do a rally for Jack Chitterelli before the election? Nick Kayal, will he and should he? I start with you, Kayal.
So we have a little 2.5 weeks. It's 2 weeks from Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, will he? No, because the calendar, we're up against it time-wise. Should he? Absolutely.
Dawn?
I don't think he will, but I think that his surrogates are. It's happening. So the Trump supporters, the Trump surrogates, and as well, the fundraisers, the money. And that's where this is. If I could just interject one thing, Kathy Barnett. We talked earlier about Fetterman. Kathy Barnett came out of nowhere. I remember having her on, and people were like, she doesn't have a shot when she was running for Senate. That was basically a three-way race. Kathy Barnett came out of nowhere. She was an organic campaigner. She went door to door, and she just met with people. She just talked with people. And anybody who knows Kathy, and we all know her now, loves Kathy. And that's what she did. She had that door-to-door, face-to-face contact. For me personally, I believe that Jack Ciattarelli right now needs to go door-to-door, not in South Jersey. I think that's where the Trump surrogates go. Because if you are a Republican in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli needs 100% turnout from Republicans, 100%,
right.
to even have a shot. If you stay home, and this is you, South Jersey, if you stay home, you just screwed yourself. You just raised your property tax and your power, your electric bills, so good for you. Mm-hmm. But if you want change in New Jersey, but I think Jack has to go to North Jersey and so-called Central Jersey. And I know that you say there's no Middle Jersey, whatever, but he has to just work harder than he's ever worked in his life, go door to door and tell people face to face, Jack Ciattarelli, how you're going to make the change, because I think Jack in person actually can make the connection. I believe that, but he's got to, because I think there's something about, think about Hillary Clinton never going to Wisconsin. You know what I mean? Like there's something about knocking on a door and saying, my name is Jack. I'm going to lower your property. I'm going to do this. And having those face-to-face contacts.
Don't forget Kamala did that in PA right before the election, and it didn't help her in PA.
I don't really even believe she did.
I think that was more of a stunt.
I think it was like a photo op. Remember that? It was a photo op. Yeah. I'm talking about for real. Roll up your sleeves and go with people like Paula Scanlon. And you know what I'm saying? Actually do the due diligence. You look at what Kathy did here in Pennsylvania. She won Montgomery County. Like she was amazing.
I'm still blown away by that. I really am.
She
you
should
said
be
that a
senator.
few weeks ago. I never would. If you would have asked me that question a month ago, I would have said no chance in hell.
Sean,
the fact that she did shows you it's possible.
Sean, DJT, will he and should he?
He won't, and I think it's too late. I don't think he should, honestly, because I don't think it's gonna. I think that late rally may help. The Cheryl campaign may galvanize them and say, look, it is Trump running now.
I agree with you.
To Dawn's point, first of all, Kathy Barnett is incredible. All right. And when she was running for Senate in 2022, I wholeheartedly, and I'll take this to my grave, I believe she's the one Trump should have endorsed in that race. That's just me. I think her story was incredible. I think her campaign was organic. When he endorsed Oz, I was livid. Obviously, we wanted Oz to pull it off against Fetterman. It didn't work. And now we have quite the story with John Fetterman in the Senate. So, everything, I guess, happens for a reason. But I think Kathy is incredible. And to Dawn's point about door knocking and doing these things, boots on the ground, a friend of mine in West Virginia came out of the coal mine, and decided he was going to run for state senate. His name's Chris Rose. He had hundreds of thousands of dollars spent against him in a local state senate race, not a federal senate race, but the West Virginia legislature. He raised a total, I think, of $84,000 of the whole campaign. It was him and two volunteers. They hit thousands of doors, and he won the primary by over 30 points. Okay? So there is a way to do it, but you have to want it, and you've got to wear out the soles of your shoes. I mean, you've got to beat down every single door. And now this guy in West Virginia is kicking butt in the state Senate and passing legislation and taking care of coal miners and doing everything. You can do that. You can do it. Jack needs to adopt that method, I think. If Dawn's talking about go to North Jersey, get out there where, denser population. Do it. Meet with people on their front porch. Sit with them for a few minutes. Talk about the property taxes. Talk about the electricity bill. Hit that. They say kitchen table politics. This is what you've got to do. Cheryl is doing that. Okay. I mean, that their campaign is doing that. I know from a friend who was watching it happen. So you got to do that. And if you do it enough, you have a chance really to hit some of those late breakers. And that's why I say if you're in Jersey, bank your vote early, because now you can have the Chittarelli campaign showing up at a voter's home that didn't know there was an election next week or in 2 weeks, or it wasn't planning on voting until the candidate actually showed up and asked for the vote. These low propensity voters that are hidden in all of these polling results, they always poll likely voters. They never poll unlikely voters, right? I want the unlikely voters that the pollsters are sleeping on to go to the polls and vote for the one candidate who found them. How do they find them? How do they get the time and the resources to get there? Well, the likely voters, every likely voter that goes and banks their vote now is that phone call can be, and that contact can be redirected to somebody who wasn't planning on voting. You've just added a +2. You banked your vote, and by banking your vote and coming off that list, you allowed somebody else to go to the polls because they were contacted and they were reached. It's so important to do this. This is why it worked. This is how it worked last year in the 2024 election. Laura Trump even admitted it. As far as Trump coming to Jersey, I don't think he will. I don't think he should. I think it's too late.
I agree.
I think it's too late right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got a lot of mileage out of that Harry Enton clip.
By the way, the Ed.
This is the cut sheet, by the way.
Ed Durr, our buddy, Ed the trucker who won the state senate in New Jersey, says he had $2.5 million spent against him. Well, he only had $10K and he won. So he says it's not about the money; it's about the reaching out to voters.
That's
so
right.
there's a guy. There's a guy.
Does know.
Yeah, there's a guy who actually experienced it.
Spending lots of money doesn't guarantee you the victory. I mean, you could just ask the Phillies and the Yankees.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
Harris.
It's absolutely true.
And Kamala Harris.
I want to get into this New York mayoral debate last night, plus a John Fetterman clip, since Sean mentioned John Fetterman. It's also what the big take was on. But we do have to take a break real quick. Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
Oh, I would love to talk to you about Piazza, because if you're ready to kick off fall on a high note, well, you still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle. Our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, they want to take advantage of all of the opportunities that are out there so you can cash in, my wife included. My wife looking at a 2024 Nissan Pathfinder. She's also looking at a 2023 Infiniti QX60, one of the beautiful luxury SUVs they have. Everybody's in love with the third row. I need 7 seats. I need 8 seats. Well, Piazza is the place because they have over 1,600 pre-owned vehicles, and you can check all of them out right now at any time, all of their locations, all of their dealerships, and of course on the web. And not only the brands that you've heard me mention, like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand that you could imagine, including American brands out there when we're talking about certified pre-owned. Now that is selection. Visit PiazzaAutoGroup.com today to search Piazza's pre-owned inventory or to find a dealer near you. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, our entire listening area. There's probably a location no longer than 15 miles away from you. Stop on out there today. Tell them you want to take advantage of the certified pre-owned selection. And of course, tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you feeling run down? Skip the quick fixes that wear off fast. Fuel your day the natural way with Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement works at the cellular level to help your body produce steady, lasting energy so you can power through work, family, and whatever life brings. Plus, it supports a healthy heart and blood pressure, giving you daily support to feel your best. Right now, you can get a special buy one, get one free deal. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order Rescue Orosine today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a friendly rescue product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. Double up on your daily energy supply with this limited time offer. Rescue Orosine, lasting energy naturally. Get it right now, res-q.com. 800-262-5483.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Friday morning, a fairish Friday as we continue Kayal and Company here on this 17th of October. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker Sean Farish, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the whole crew here. Fight Club in just about 40 minutes. Fight of the week.
Yeah.
In about 45 as the cut sheet rolls on.
Hey, breaking news.
Breaking
news.
news.
Bolton has arrived at the court this morning, so just a heads up. He just arrived.
He's at court this morning. Yeah. Cool.
In court.
Has his mustache arrived yet? Asking for a friend.
They put his mustache in handcuffs.
Is that Sean Farish's prop?
They should. They should. That's actually a great. Sean has a great. Since it's one of them handlebars, they should put the handcuffs on the must. That's a great idea, Sean Farish. Yeah.
I need a mustache prop.
Yeah, you should shave you and I, Sean. We should do it together. We should do like a mustache challenge. We'll get rid of our beards.
Sorry.
Never.
And we'll go mustache.
You lost me a
only.
mustache. I will not walk around looking like Ian Carroll. Not going to do it.
By the way, Nick is broadcasting from his palatial estates, so he doesn't have a call screen in front of him. So I'm gonna take the part.
But in all fairness, when I'm in front of the call screen or
you.
in the studio, it doesn't work anyway.
Mark's in Philly. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
And ladies.
Hey.
Hey, so I'm just calling about the whole like which way people should vote. So I'm independent. I voted for Trump because of Kamala's. Like they pretty much gave up on democracy, Democrats. Mm-hmm. And as far as the district attorney, I voted for Dugan. My wife, she's a Democrat. She voted for Krasner. I'm like, are you nuts? and she's like, well, Dugan's a Republican. I'm like, and this is the way we're going. It's like it's no more right from wrong. It's like what letter is next to the person's name I'm voting for.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Right? Dugan's a Democrat.
It's like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and to Dawn's point, Dugan's a Democrat.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean. So it's
I would actually argue
he's a Republican now, so now
in name
he's not
only.
voting for him.
In name only.
Yeah,
he's a dino.
This is unfortunately the way New York City works.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you could put a Manila envelope with as a Democrat, and it will win a race in New York City against a living, breathing human.
Yeah.
That's the way it's going. So he brings up a good point.
So,
by the way, men, for all the men in Philadelphia, I would argue that if you are married and your wife votes for Larry Krasner, it's grounds for divorce.
I just don't know. And he gets reelected after reelected. I just don't know what his constituent is. I just don't. You know what I mean? I know very liberal people who are just like, oh man, Krasner's got to go. So like, who are these people that are voting for? You know, it is the criminals. The criminals are voting for him. That's who. Thank you.
Except convicted felons can't vote, so I don't really, unless it's misdemeanor criminals. You know what I really think it is? I think it's the white boomer liberal women that live with white guilt and all this hogwash.
Where I live in Chestnut Hill.
Yes.
And I will say, to his credit, he's very charming.
Is he?
He is. He actually is.
With his
bunch of women who steal baseballs from kids. That's who's voting for Larry Krasner.
I mean, but he's. I will give him
with his special ed hat on. You know what I mean?
He's very charming. He is.
Yay!
He looks like Mike Myers in that SNL skit when he's chained up with Nicole Kidman.
That's
what I mean.
I know you guys don't want to hear that, but
if you guys remember Jim Florentine, Crank Yankers back in the day, he had a character called Special Ed, and he had a hat on.
He pulled out Jim Florentine on a Friday.
The helmet on. It's very politically incorrect now, but
no, Dawn's
funny.
There are people that find him warm and engaging and charismatic, and I just look at it and I try to analyze it, forget what the policies are or the results, and every time I see him, it's just. And I would never do this. It's just hyperbole. He's got a punchable face.
No,
he's like Phil Murphy.
No, I mean,
just like.
But remember Frank Scales? I mean, and Ian. So that's why they were important, because here you've got two guys just out of college, local guys, and they're asking legitimate questions, and you heard the attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody in the media, with the exception of maybe Christian Johansson, right, at KYW.
Yep.
Who got locked out? Remember that they barred her from little Kristen. I mean, and she's just asking the question. So the media is complicit in this because they're not even asking legit, tough questions.
Well, they don't like Kristen because she's a Republican. I mean, she might not say it, but I believe she is.
But I mean. But we don't know that. I mean, she's an independent. She just truly, she goes where the story is.
I know.
She asks legit questions, And the district attorney's office
She's a Republican.
blocked her out of. I'm not gonna.
I know. I'm just
as a conservative woman who came out of the closet. Okay, I'm not gonna yank another.
I'm just kidding.
Woman out of the closet here.
You were in that closet for a long time.
I was in that closet a long time.
Yeah,
right?
mothballs in there. You had hangers and.
All right, can we get to the New York City mayoral race that happened? The debate happened last night. I guess it was the New York Post that put it on. I got to say I believe this was the best line of the evening. This was 22. This was from Curtis Sliwa, who basically took out Cuomo with in two sentences, basically taking out his losing the primary in the governor's race, and also his sexual what are they, sexual assault or sexual harassment?
Sexual harassment, sexual
allegations,
assault.
Yeah.
Was, he got Me Too'd.
Yes, all in one fell swoop. This is 22. Go.
Why? Because I said to him, don't you dare, we don't need it, and he backed down, and he will again.
So that proves a good relationship.
Wait a second. The president is going to back down to you, Andrew Cuomo. I know you think you're the toughest guy alive, but let me tell you something. You lost your own primary, right? You were rejected by your Democrats.
Why
and you have a difficult understanding that what the term no is. You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump.
I agree with Curtis. You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump.
You're not going
to. And he can't stand up to Donald Trump, who knocked him right on his tuchus.
You negotiate with him. You don't fight with him because only the people of New York City will lose.
We do have stand up to negotiate.
Oh, God. Cuomo is so unlikable. He's such a... Talk about punchable faces. Oh, God.
Yep. Yeah, and okay, he's running probably the sleepiest campaign I've ever seen.
Agreed.
Right? I mean, not only is he stale in the state of New York, from whether you don't like him over COVID, and this is what I was explaining to people for I'm going to say the last couple months. They're like, Adams and Sliwa will drop out and unite with Cuomo. Curtis Sliwa in no universe, alternate, not alternate, real, fake, dream, whatever, is never, ever going to unite with Andrew Cuomo. Yep. Okay? Mm-hmm. Never. And his voters, with many of them, most of them in New York City, which come from Staten Island, will never pull the lever for Andrew Cuomo. Mm-hmm. I am telling you this right now. I didn't live on Staten Island. I live on Long Island. I lived it though, right? When it was Cuomo's Gestapo and it was him working in de Blasio, shutting down Mac's Pub on Staten Island, this bar, because it defied the COVID. That was it. They will I don't care how Italian you are on Staten Island, you're not voting for Andrew Cuomo. It's not going to happen. Now, Sliwa, he has taken a much different stance on Trump after Trump won the 2024 election, because he used to just outright blast him. Okay, fine, good. He's coming around. I have no problem. Sliwa is like a cartoon character in New York City right now. I mean, even Trump said that, he's probably not New York City's best, but he's the only one standing up, so I give him the credit. Okay, he's going to get his 22 to 25% of the vote. He would be my vote if I lived in New York City. 10 times out of 10, I wouldn't be voting for Andrew Cuomo. Are you kidding me with what Andrew Cuomo did to that city? There is not a chance that I would vote for that guy. But this is where Cuomo is. He is so stale, so unlikable. And you see him, I'm going to negotiate with Donald. I'm going to stand up to Donald Trump. We're going to take the National Guard and tell them to wipe their fannies as they walk down the road. I mean, this guy... What?
Yeah.
Okay. There is no I hate to say it, and people give me crap. It could happen. I told people this months ago, Sliwa will not drop out and endorse Cuomo. It will not happen. You could see that. You saw the dynamic on that debate stage last night. You saw it.
Yeah.
Cuomo is like a radio host who comes out of retirement because he has nothing better to do with his days to fill up the hours of his day and play golf, like a former midday host in Philadelphia. It's like eventually you realize you're stale, your thing is over, you had your run, but yet you just can't figure out what to do with the rest of your life. But here's the bigger issue for me, and I'm not even going to make this about Curtis Sliwa. I'll lean on Sean as a Long Island native New Yorker. Dawn, Larry works in mornings in New York. They're talking about this ad nauseum. Why is it that the Republican Party in New York essentially punted on the 2025 election for the mayor? Why is it in a city that big that you're relegated to forget Curtis Sliwa's chances or what he represents, or if he's a cartoon character with the red hat, the whole bit, midday host on WABC? That is the only guy, and I'll give him credit. He's the only guy that was willing to take a chance. It's not like Philadelphia, where we haven't had a Republican mayor in 72 years or whatever the math is, 75, 77 years. It's not like Chicago, where you've gone 100 years without a Republican mayor. And I know they're not MAGA former mayors, but I mean, for God's sakes, New York City does have a history of somebody with an R in front of their name being the mayor, especially after de Blasio, Adams, and then what you're seeing at the state level with Hochul and Cuomo. Nobody in New York City had the stones.
You're not going to like this answer.
The money, the gumption to take a swing at it?
You're not going to like the answer.
Sean, you could do better than Curtis Sliwa.
Well, I know I could, but the statewide party, okay, and the national party don't want a Republican to win. They want Mamdani to win. You say, what?
Well,
because they want to point at Mamdani.
True.
And use that in 2026. Sure. That's what they want to do. They want Mamdani to win. They want Mamdani to fail. They want those failures to be on the national stage.
Yep.
The state Republican Party wants to use that to try and win the governorship in 2026. And the national GOP apparatus in this country wants to use Mamdani as the boogeyman, which they will be able to do, and use that in the 2026 midterm cycle. They don't want Republicans to win right now in this mayoral seat. They see more value in losing the race and then pointing to it and saying, look, this guy is a disaster, and this is what Democrats are going to do across the country.
Short-term pain for long-term game, and they're going to use that in 28 too.
I'll be completely honest with you. I don't agree with this strategy. I say give it your all in every race. And if you lose, then you can pivot and use that as your plan B. But you should be trying to win. They're not trying because they don't want to win.
Well, because they want, like you said, Stefanik. I mean, she just called Mamdani a jihadist. That was her latest.
Yes, she did.
So at least Stefanik, I mean, she's
got
hope
balls.
and pray she's the next governor, which will paralyze Mamdani, right? So I understand they want that, but to your point, I just think it's terrible to give up on any election.
Sean, I asked yesterday, I said this tongue-in-cheek, you have two options. I'm going to throw this to you. You're a common-sense New Yorker. Maybe you're a Republican, maybe you're a moderate Democrat. Either way, you know Mamdani's a loser and you don't like him, and you're fearing for what he could do to the city. And you are a common-sense person. You're a Jets fan. You're a Mets fan. And
I'm not a common sense person.
So, common sense, Jets, Mets, and Knicks. You have two options. Relocate to a red state or step in front of a bus. What do you do?
I'm going to a red state.
Okay.
I've done it.
That's what he did.
I don't watch the Knicks. I'm not a Mets fan. I'm a Jets fan and an Islanders fan, which this is going to be a rough season. I'll tell you.
Yes, it is.
Schaefer is great.
Yeah.
That's it. So it's. But I left. I said, why? Let me just say, why stay? Okay. Oh, we're New Yorkers. We fight. Okay. Well, I'm going to go fight for what I believe in a state that welcomes me instead of a state that targets me and takes my money. Like my taxes paid the bucktooth bandit of Buffalo's salary. I don't want to pay Kathy Hochul's salary anymore. Yeah. I want to go to a place where there's no income tax on my income at the state level. Right. So, leave. I mean, people are like, it's easier said than done. No, it's not. It's easy to do. I mean, moving sucks, but leave. Get out. Yeah. I mean, because you're, and I'm not saying if you can't leave, don't fight. And I applaud everybody for fighting. But I mean, if you are in New York City, and once everyone knew that the writing was on the wall, that it was going to be Mamdani the second he won the primary. This is how it works in New York City right now. So you have a less than serious candidate. I mean, Curtis is giving it a serious effort, but in the eyes of the electorate, he's a less than serious candidate. That's all I'm going to say. He's giving it a serious effort. He's trying. Right. He's not making a joke of this. He's trying to win, right? But in the eyes of the electorate, this is a less than serious candidate. Even Donald Trump, I think, said that, the guy's kind of past his prime, and they should have found somebody better. But you have and in the eyes of the electorate, a less than serious candidate, a washed up, Andrew Cuomo, and then this guy who just won the Democrat primary. In New York City, it's going to go to the guy who's running as a Democrat. It's over. The race was over in June. That's not saying give up, but it was over once he won, and people were like, "Oh, you're being pessimistic." No, I'm being realistic.
Yeah,
like I said, 3 weeks into the NFL season, Jet season's over. That doesn't mean don't try and win, but it's over. I know what's going to happen come week 18. Yeah. We're going to be staring maybe at 2 wins or 3 wins or maybe 4 because we like to screw up our draft position late in the year. But this is it. The race in New York City was done. I've said this a million, and people go, "No, you don't understand. There's a lot of Republicans." Yes, but there's a lot more Democrats. Let me just show you this clip right here that you can hold potato chips close with. If this thing ran as a Democrat, it would win New York City. All right? Vote for me. I'm a Democrat. This is your next mayor. Even if it's running against, it could be running against Abraham Lincoln. Dude, would beat him in New York City.
I need like 6 of those. Can I buy those in bulk from Amazon? My daughters refuse to wrap up a bag of chips.
Yeah.
We need the chip clip back.
Chip clips.
Make chip clips great again.
Since this is theoretically still the cut sheet, let's do.
How many have we played of your 35 so far? 3?
The 3. But it's good. This is a very spirited conversation, and the audience loves it. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, and there's a lot of you doing, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please hit the subscribe button. It's free. Hit that little subscribe button and hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up for me, please. I'm not asking. I'm telling.
Ooh.
I'm demanding. Mondami condemns. So this is he went back and forth with Cuomo. Cuomo went after him on what he said about Hamas and all of the. I mean, Cuomo is correct in what he's saying about his love for Hamas, but it gets a little heated here. Roll this.
Assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The Assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The Assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged. That is from the river to the sea. That's why he won't denounce globalize the Intifada, which means kill all Jews.
Let's give Mr. Mamdani a chance to respond to that.
I want to be very clear. The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense team during the course of this genocide. And I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists and streamers and Americans with whom we agree of every single thing that they say. We need to take the case to every person, and I'm happy to do that, which is why I was on Fox News yesterday talking about how I wish it was more like NASCAR so we could see all the billionaires who are sponsoring you right on your suit jacket.
Melissa has...
We're going to turn to Sally, actually. Yeah, actually, this kind of flows, and then we'll go back to Melissa.
Right.
Mr. Mamdani.
All right, there you go.
I'm mystified. I really am. I'm flummoxed by the fact that this is the guy that, as Sean said, was a formality and a certainty going back to June. A guy who just said, I'm going to raise taxes by a few more percentage points, up to 52%. In a city where, by the way, you buy $1 million apartment, it doesn't really get you much. A $400,000 salary in New York doesn't go very far. He defends Hamas. He wants to defund the police. He wants to legalize prostitution under the guise of an economy and economics for everybody. I actually saw that quote. I couldn't believe your argument for legalizing prostitution is an economy that works for everybody. He wants to empty jails. And according to one of the polls that I read from The Hill, 68%, and this is the really wild part, and a total indictment against what the fraud that Cuomo is, 68% of registered New York Democrats want more police on the streets. And yet he is going to, quote, acquiesce to the 32% that don't. Thank God Dawn has said a lot of his stuff is just bluster and bloviating, and he doesn't have as much power as he portrays on the campaign trail. Because if he did, he would make New York City an unmitigated disaster, if it's not already.
Yeah. I can't say that I can't say the words that I agree with Andrew Cuomo seriously because I don't want to say those words.
I know it's
but
hard.
He
isn't
was
it?
right. He was right to call out those stances by Mamdani. But I'll tell you what Mamdani did. He did what the younger voters want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
You were with Bibi and Israel and genocide and all those buzzwords. You know, I'm interested to hear from the Free Palestine crowd, how they feel about Hamas murdering Palestinians now that Israel's not doing it. They don't seem to care.
But
Okay?
they're mad at
They don't seem
Mamdani
to
right
care.
now. They're mad at
they?
Mamdani, and that's
Are
the New
they?
York Times because he was flip-flopping and they felt he was light. You know what I mean? So those guys are mad. This morning, some of the headlines, they're mad.
Who's mad?
The
pro-Palestine?
The pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas, whatever. So
And that's New York Times, not New York
Mhm.
Post.
Yep.
Wow.
Interesting. That's
So they're
interesting.
not
I mean,
happy.
it'll have probably no bearing on the race, but but it's interesting to see. Interesting dynamic. You know, I'm looking for the woke right people on out there though. Where's Candace and Tucker and all these? Where are you guys with? Because all I heard about was genocide. When Marjorie Taylor Greene gets back from Kevin McCarthy's house, and after their overnight under the cover shenanigans, right? You talked about crank yankers. I think she was on the last episode of that show with him back when he was the Speaker of the House.
Crank
A crank,
yankers.
apparently.
Yeah.
You know, we call it honking the hedgehog. By the way, that's what we call it. You know, you got Mo, right? Mo, she was in there under the speakers, right? So you have. So, look at Dawn.
She's all funny. Look how quick he pulled that out. He's like,
That's it. That's what we call it. I want to see when all those folks are done, on their midday Zoom call when they discuss how many bags of Fritos and bottles of Lubriderm they've gone through in their mother's basement. Are they upset with Hamas for murdering Palestinians? Is there still a genocide in Gaza, or is it only bad when you think Jews do it? And by the way, don't attack me. I'm just asking questions. Yeah. Thank you very much. Right? I'm just asking questions. Where are you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you guys?
One more, but we have to get to it after the break. Dawn, if you can contain yourself, you have Piazza here in a second. But we have this By the way, nobody breaks Dawn like Sean Farish. It's the props. It's unbelievable.
Hedgehog.
Mamdani actually accused Cuomo, and to your point, Sean, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Cuomo in any of this because I despise Andrew Cuomo. But he actually accused Cuomo of not knowing the names of mosques around the cities. Like,
right? If that matters.
Are you effing kidding me?
I didn't know that was a prerequisite.
I didn't either. We'll
Yeah.
play that on the other side. You have to hear this. It's an amazing piece of audio, and you're gonna have to take a shower because you might agree with Andrew Cuomo after this. Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
Yes, because you got to kick off your fall, find yourself that new or maybe certified luxury vehicle. You know you want it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're here to always assist you in your unique vehicle search, and that's throughout the tri-state area. That's right, the Piazza Premium family, featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, your Maserati. What about that Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover? PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. The Jug is famous for their award-winning wings. Try the Tony Bruno sauce. But they offer so much more. The Jug is perfect for lunch, dinner, or a late-night snack with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your Phil's action, yo. And the Champion Birds with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at thejughandleinn.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-1313. 800-791-1313.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I'm a plumber and needed to get work in the door.
So business was going down the drain?
Yeah, I went to Staples. They printed yard signs, business cards, even flyers to leave at supply stores.
But at what cost, man?
Well, I saved $125 on my order, and now I'm booked solid. Boom!
Back at ya. For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. My friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop, they're not just about selling firearms. Bob's is a full-service shop with years of experience and a commitment to helping customers become safe, responsible gun owners. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Bob's also offers renewal certifications. Always check to make sure your license is current. Now, ladies, listen up. This is important. Don't miss their next ladies-only shooting event on October 25th. Bring your moms, daughters, sisters, and girlfriends to this event. It's perfect for beginners or experienced shooters who are looking for guidance. Bob's ladies-only events are focused on women, taught by women. Register now for this event and learn to protect yourself by the professionals. No alcohol or drugs permitted, no firearms ID card or prior experience is required to attend. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com or call 856-881-7575. Bob's Little Sports Shop, 316 Delsea Drive, Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
As the leaves change, it's the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. For over 45 years, we've been family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, delivering quality kitchen and bathroom models you can trust. And now this fall, we're giving you even more to smile about. Enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style into your home this season with savings you'll love. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and it's the perfect season for something truly one of a kind. At Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, custom jewelry isn't just a service, it's a passion. For 35 years, this family-owned business has created timeless, handcrafted pieces that tell your story, all designed and made in-house. And when it comes to jewelry that stands out, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, the time has arrived. 9 o'clock on a fairish Friday as we continue Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, Greg, and Sean. Fight Club in 10 minutes. Fight of the week. Today in music history, I'm thinking a lot of Kiss will be highlighted by 8Share.
Kiss.
As we continue.
Were you a Kiss fan, Sean?
Sorta.
Yeah.
My mom was a huge Kiss fan, though.
Yeah.
You know? By the way, I taught Gene Simmons I have the biggest tongue. Right? He has the second largest, but great guy. I could say that.
Large tongues, hedgehogs.
This is 30, Phil.
Jesus.
You have 30 there? Yeah. So I teased this into the break. This was a Mondami accusing Cuomo of not knowing a single mosque in the city. It's just like that's a prerequisite. Mm-hmm. It's just unbelievable. And to see Mondami and Cuomo up there in the 2 box, I just both of them with punchable faces.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not advocating that. No.
And we never want Mom Donnie in box 4.
No. But I just despise both of them. But just this statement is just absurd to me. Roll this.
You know, it took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque.
Oh,
he
boy.
had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited.
Wow.
And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality, and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, name a parish, dude.
Yeah.
Name a Baptist church. Name a Christian church.
Yeah,
bro.
Oh, it's so
Jerk.
so disgraceful.
I know.
First of all, maybe I should know this, but he's clearly playing to a big. Is there a big Muslim population in New York City?
Yeah,
Decent
big.
amount. Yeah.
Sure.
Huge, Sean.
I wouldn't. I mean, it's big enough.
Uh-huh.
It's a big enough. It's grown over the last 10, 20 years for sure. It's definitely grown.
It's unbelievable to me.
I mean, I want
There are 100
I want equality. I'm surprised he didn't drop the word equity because that's the talking point.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us have said over the years with this nonsense of diversity, equity, and inclusion that we're all for equality, but equity is a completely different concept and it's ridiculous. But this guy, I'm going to look this number up. It's hard to believe that it took a socialist, a despicable socialist who hates everything about America.
Who's clearly an anti-Semite.
Who's clearly an anti-Semite. There's no question.
Yeah.
For us to have an ounce of sympathy or an ounce of defense towards Andrew Cuomo, proving you can defend anybody if you find somebody detestable enough to run against them.
581 mosques
Wow.
in New
Wow.
York City, across the 5 boroughs.
Wow.
I'm going to actually
My
see
Lord.
what the population would be.
Muslim population in New York City. A report from the American Muslims for American Progress: 768,767 Muslims in New York City in 2016.
Yep.
Making up about 9% of the population in New York City.
Wow.
So basically, that was 2016. So let's just add a little to that. So 1 in 10 New Yorkers are Muslim. Let's compare that to the Jewish population in New York, which just quick search is 1.3 million. And if that previous thing that you said is correct, Sean, it looks like 1.5 million. So actually, you could argue that the Muslim population is almost identical to the Jewish population in New York City.
Yeah.
Well,
collectively they would make up about 20% of the.
But the problem with the Jewish population in New York City is a lot of these folks are secular Jews,
Yes.
right? They're not really. They're secular Jews, so they vote Democrat because they're not voting for a candidate because of their theology or their religion, right? Which is a problem because in the eyes of a Muslim extremist, that doesn't matter.
Yep.
You're either Muslim or you're dead at the end of the day, right? I mean, that's where it goes eventually, right? So with extremists, I'm not saying all Muslims are like this, but with the extremists, that's the way it generally goes.
But can I just say something? Most Muslims are, if you're a person of faith, they're family-oriented individuals who are actually more conservative. Yes, they are. That's true. And so,
yeah, in some
that's
cases,
a fact. And so,
Yep.
Mamdani is the woman he just married is not Muslim.
Yeah.
Okay.
A 2017 Pew Research Center study found that about 3/4 of Muslim Americans believe there is little or no support for extremism within their community.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, here's
sorry.
Wait, so you think the majority of Muslims are on board with like just walking around with explosives and blowing themselves?
No, I don't think that's not the extremism. I think that here's the thing: there are beliefs in the Quran and in that group that religious group that maybe if you ask a self-identifying Muslim, they wouldn't consider extreme, but other groups may consider extreme, right?
That's true.
And I'm not trying to come out and say like all Muslims are bad because I definitely don't think that. And to Dawn's point, I've known conservative Muslims, Muslims who were just horrified of their kindergarten son coming back from school and saying, "Dad, am I a girl?" That doesn't fly in a Muslim household, right?
No.
And so, I mean, Dearborn, Michigan was a really good example of this.
Mm-hmm.
They did not pull the lever for Democrats in the 2024 election because of the trans stances and things like that. Everyone wanted to point at Israel, Gaza, and, Genocide Joe and all this stuff with Kamala Harris, but they were upset and souring on the Democrat Party long before October 7th over the transgender madness. That doesn't fly in Muslim culture at all. I mean, it's like a really big deal.
Mm-hmm.
When you start getting deeper and deeper and deeper into the more devout Muslims, not only is that not acceptable, that's like punishable.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. To my point was that their ideology, their religious ideology, the Muslim faith, is not really compatible with Western values.
No.
And correct. Western civilization. It's just not. So to say that they're not, do I think the majority of them agree with people walking around with bombs strapped to them? No, I don't. But I do think that a lot of them view our culture as, like evil. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
well, for example, Greg, like Sharia law.
Yeah.
Sharia law,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you ask a self-identifying Muslim, is that extreme? They may say no. But if you ask someone who has been a part of Western culture for a while, is Sharia law extreme? And you go through all of the, women can't drive a car, can't have a job, can't go outside without the covering thing, and say, yeah, that's extreme. So, I would, like you said, it's a compatibility issue. And again, not every Muslim wants to practice Sharia law. There are,
agreed.
Even Iran before the revolution, they were westernized, right?
Yep.
But it's there, right? And so some of the most fundamental aspects of that culture and some of their doctrine is absolutely extreme, and it's not compatible with Western culture. And that's not me saying kick out every Muslim, right? Like I'm not advocating for like a genocide or an ethnic cleansing here, but there are incompatibilities between the cultures.
Yep.
And that's not, there's nothing wrong with saying that. So when you say extreme, I don't believe like if a majority of Muslims want to be walking around, with IEDs strapped under a vest. That's not what I mean by extreme, but some of what they may consider basic principles regarding women, etc., that's extreme to us. It may not be extreme to them. And so that might be why, polling Muslims, do you believe that you support extremism? Well, what is our definition of extremism? Is it terrorism or is it aspects of Sharia, which we view as extreme, but they may not view as extreme?
100%, absolutely.
That's 9-10 right on the dot.
Oh,
boys.
man, look at this.
And
And speaking of extreme, today's, by the way, all right, at 9-10, let me warn you out there, if you're watching with your kids, you might want to turn the video off for this one, because I think there might be nudity. Two women going at it in not going at it in that way, fighting in the streets, and I think some articles of clothing may come off. So if you're watching with your kids or you're sensitive to this stuff, then I would not go to YouTube. Now, if you're a pervert degenerate like myself, you might want to go to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The greatest discretion the world has ever seen.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Come on. Come on.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Pretty simple math.
We know the math is very simple. A good cell phone camera plus a great location plus a good fight equal big rating.
We can fight this. You got knocked the out, man.
We are going to knock you out.
Fight Club! And not only is it a fight club, a Farish Friday fight club, but we're also going to do the top fights of the week, to vote on the top fight of the week with our friend Sean Farish. Maybe mute your mic next time you blow your nose into the thing there, Cal.
I don't think I have an on-off switch here.
Okay, all right.
I don't know how to mute that. Sorry, folks.
Disgraceful.
Damn allergies.
Disgraceful. No, I get you. All right, so today's, I believe, was submitted by Ron. Ron send me an email. So, Ron.
This is a new contributor.
Ron, forgive me, I don't remember your last name. But I appreciate you said viewer discretion advised. I think that's a good way of putting this. Okay, this is two women out on the street fighting. Articles of clothing may or may not come off. Dawn, we really should be ashamed of ourselves. These are the Western values, by the way, that I'm talking about.
Disgrace.
Dawn is tired of us tarnishing her brand.
No, it's true. It's true. It's absolutely true.
And I don't blame her.
Yeah, she should be. She should be, even though she takes us to the gutter 98% of the time.
What?
It's true.
I got to defend Stenzel here. That is absolutely not true.
By the way, Sean, I've asked other people this. Dawn is not going to contribute. If we did a Kayal and Company death pool, is that something you're interested in?
A death pool, like what? Like
you bet on
somebody?
Yeah, there's a handful of people that you bet on or pick, and then we put them into a hat, and then that year, it'll be the year 2026, the person who has the most people in their stable that died wins the money.
I don't know how I feel about rooting for people to die for money. Probably that probably isn't something that I would do.
Wow, Sean with the morals. Sean and Dawn. Yeah. Nick and I.
I don't know. Death is one of those things where it's like I talk every day about how the Democrats and everybody is obsessed with it. It's that I can't then be like, hey, I want more people to die than someone else, so I win a little bit of money.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that is that I'm a rational man, and I know that anything I say or do is not going to cause somebody to. I'm not rooting for people to die.
Right.
You go through Wikipedia and just look at who's 98 years old. Mel Brooks, 99. George Soros in 95. You know what I mean? These people are probably going to die in the next year or two. So
I've finalized my list. Are we doing 3? Because if so, I have my 3 right now.
I think we're doing 5.
5?
But let's not do it now because Sean doesn't want a part of it, and I don't want to make him uncomfortable. Dawn, we know, doesn't want a part of it. Let's get to what people actually want to see, and that is fights. All right, today's remember, viewer discretion is advised. By the way, everybody watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. Subscribe. Okay, roll this. Uh-oh. On the car. Hair pull.
2 women in very short shorts.
Short shorts. Uh-oh. One goes down.
I think the shirt went off.
The shirt went off. The
Whoops.
skirt went up.
Oh, my
the
goodness.
skirt went up.
She had no panties. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
No
Got the yellow
panties.
fence?
Yeah. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my goodness. At least they both waxed everything. So.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my.
We've got other.
What is happening here?
This is a stripper SummerSlam.
Get out here.
There's thong swimsuits, I guess.
Is this like
It's like a Cisco music video.
What is
a song?
They're wearing thong.
Was this outside a gentleman's club?
Has to be.
Or down the Jersey Shore in Wildwood.
I don't know. There's a lot of butt cheeks. A lot of butt cheeks here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The bigger woman.
Just went out. There we go.
Oh my gosh. The punching. The one woman is way smaller. Look at her. She's just flipping around like that.
I have a federal government employee shutdown stripper update if we want it because this looks like a stripper fight.
Well, I don't know, and I don't. I think this happened
Has to be, right?
This happened in the. I think this happened in the United States. I'm not sure.
Well, I know
It
for
looks
sure.
like a beach town because there's swimsuits.
Yeah.
Like thong
Yeah,
swimsuits.
so it looks like a beach town.
Mhm.
YouTube.com.
Like in Miami, people walk around in their thong
Yeah.
swimsuits. You know what I mean? Or Bahamas, or
But that's not a swimsuit. That is.
Yeah, those are swimsuits.
Those are swimsuits.
Stenzel.
Yeah, thong swimsuits.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. All right.
Well,
we
I was
should
gonna
her
tell
jean
you,
shorts
there's
on
a,
over it.
There's a Vegas strip club that is now famous because they are letting government employees get free lap dances if you've been furloughed by the government shutdown.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. There's
That's
a
real
place
good.
called Crazy Horse 3 on the Strip in Vegas where if you bring your government ID, you have lap dances for free for the entire day.
Crazy Horse, huh?
Yeah.
I wonder what that's
Crazy
supposed
Horse
to mean.
3. That's actually, I think that's Kathy Hochul's business.
By the way, you guys have never heard of Crazy Horse?
I knew Secretariat very well.
I knew Smarty Jones.
Am I the
And
only
Seattle Slew?
Hang on a second. Am I the only one amongst the three of us that have been to strip clubs?
No, I've been to strip clubs.
Okay, all right.
And I've been to Vegas as well. I've never been to a Vegas strip club.
Okay.
I mean, Greg, I mean, this is going to be for an audience of maybe 7 people. Remember the boxcar?
Sure.
Phillipsburg, New Jersey?
Yeah.
See, this is an audience of 2 right now.
It was those gross women that used to
It
work
was a
there.
total dive. But
All
that's
right.
where we went when we turned 18.
All right, let's do let's do this because I want to make sure we're staying on time because Dawn has some big news to get to us at the top of the hour for the
Big news.
for the big 3. So I want to stay on time here. So why don't we take a break and when we come back, let's do the top 5 fights of the week and we can all vote on them. What do you think, Nick Kayal?
I love it. I love it. Kayal and Company live on this Friday morning. Still ahead, we also have Phil Almquist's Today in Music History, and of course, Dawn's Big 3, leading you right into the top of the hour. Back after this.
Hi, I'm Eric Rosanello from Rosanello's Windows. Your home is an investment. The right windows protect that investment. We've helped families stay comfortable and save on energy bills since 1985. No high-pressure sales, just expert installation and no obligation free consultations. We're celebrating our 40th anniversary with 1985 pricing. Windows starting at just $225 and it's ending soon. Call or visit rosanellos.com for this exclusive offer. If you're thinking Windows, you're thinking Rosanellos.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts, and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-298-4932. 800-298-4932. Again, that's 800-298-4932.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Kick off your fall and find yourself that new or certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting. Our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are here to assist you in your unique vehicle search throughout the tri-state area. That's right. The Piazza Premium family features dealerships in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them Nick sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hi, this is Don
John Giordano. Exciting news from my friends at Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz and Dr. Cooley Bentz are thrilled to welcome a new prosthodontist to the team, their daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz. Dr. Emily is thrilled to join her father in continuing to provide the highest quality care and solution-based treatments. So if you're a patient with complex dental need or a general dentist who could use some backup on those complicated cases, Bentz Prosthodontics is your #1 solutions provider. Visit them at BentzDentalGroup.com to book a consultation today.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin.
Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Kayal and Company rolling on here this Friday, the 17th of October, a fairish Friday. Still ahead, we have Dawn's Big Three. What occurred today in music history? We have to make our Eagles-Vikings picks, and now we get ready for Fight of the Week.
By the way, if you were just listening to the commercials there, we just had that Hatfield ad, put pork on your fork. Sean, have you put pork on your fork recently?
Woo. You know what? I'm glad you asked. Hold on. I'll show you what I ate last night. Here we go. Ready? Check it out. I had it ready to go because I knew I had a feeling a pork question.
Look at that. Pork on a plate.
Pork on a look at that. Look at that beautiful. Look at that beautiful pork chop, man. That is a
pork
huge
steak right there.
That is a huge pork. Wow, nice.
Yeah.
A lot of porking going
About
on.
a pound and a quarter.
Yep.
Good old pork steak right on the Blackstone. I can't tell you what I marinated in because that is a that is a secret.
A family secret.
That you will be murdered if I have to do that. I won't do it. I'll just call my friends with AIPAC and the IDF and the Mossad. One night it'll just be lights out forever. But by the way, I have an update on the death pool. Apparently my mom's listening, and she said she'd like to take my place in the death pool.
Oh, your mom is! I love it. Yes.
And get Brennan in as well.
By the way,
people herself.
We met your mom
and
Dad at the mock debate last year when you were here in Philadelphia, technically South Jersey. Lovely people, lovely humans. And of course,
lovely if you're on her good side, I'll tell you that much. Because if you've ever seen her at a Jets game when the Bills are in town, not so lovely. That's where I get it from.
By the way, getting back to that.
Italian from Brooklyn, and she's Italian who grew up in Sheepshead Bay. So,
Oh, I love that.
No BS.
By the way, getting back to that, Hatfield, if you're listening, because I know you're huge sponsors at Odyssey, Sean Farish can speak to how good pork is. Hatfield, if you're listening, Sean Farish can speak to how good pork is. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, I'm
just saying, if Hatfield decided that they wanted to do a little, we'll drop off like a whole truck of pork at your house. I mean,
you wouldn't say
I'll
no.
cook it every day because I already do. I wouldn't even have to change anything about my life.
Dude, you have to text me the recipe for that, for the marinade that you put on the pork, because I sent you a text last night and I put out the tweet that I was doing the pre-pork Friday for Farish. We did like center cut pork chops on the Blackstone. They were okay. I think it's in large part because my wife did the grilling. So like they were
on her birthday.
Ooh,
I thought you were
the
cooking.
buck.
No. Her birthday was Monday, so we only celebrate her birthday for one day. She doesn't get a week.
She doesn't get a week.
My girls get a whole month. My girls think September is their entire month, but I need the rest. Like the chops were okay, but like they weren't as savory.
Wait, hang on. Why did you let your wife? I don't mean that in a sexist way, but like, why are you not doing the grilling? Why is she?
Especially her birthday week.
She likes to do the Blackstone from time to time as well.
No, that is a violation, dude.
I was putting in my wagers for Thursday night
Oh
football.
God,
so why don't you handle it tonight?
Like, oh my Lord.
But Farish, I promise, if you give me the recipe, I will not make it public. I will not cost you all of your revenue for the amount of money you make on those juicy chops.
Take away Nick's man card. I've lost a little respect for you. I've lost a little respect for you.
I think Kristen thinks she's just better at it. She took control.
Well,
there are a lot of shots being fired.
Yeah.
No, Dawn's not off base. I mean, Kristen does think that she's a very good cook and a grill master,
and she's clearly the alpha male in your house.
Kristen and Dawn are a lot very similar.
Well, we know Dawn does the
Larry
grilling.
and I are a lot alike.
We know Dawn does the grilling in her house.
Yeah.
Good God, my Lord.
Yeah, Larry doesn't want to. He's like, "You're the best, babe."
Yeah,
you do it.
See, Larry's smart there.
Yeah,
He's giving you credit.
I love
while
grilling.
wanting to be lazy.
Sean, don't you love grilling? I love grilling. I would grill every day. I would grill every day if I could.
I do grill every day.
Yeah.
I don't know how I've done. I don't know how I survived without one. When we were in an apartment, I had the community grills, but then it would break, and then I wanted to kill somebody. I shouldn't do, but I was, enraged.
Enraged.
We talk about extremism and acts of terror. There were a few that kind of whoever broke this grill. There's some bad ideas going through my head.
Yep. Yeah.
My Blackstone is. It's. I love it.
And
I love it.
We know where you live. Well, I don't know where you live, but I'm assuming where you live, there's not a ton of people around, so you can have it. Big, fresh, open air, and you're grilling. It sounds like a great time. I want to come to your house.
That's nice.
Pig roast, maybe. Would you do a pig roast?
Ferris, don't believe him. He's lying. He never comes anywhere.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. Come on.
One Company Friday Fight Club 5. Your chance to vote for the fight of the week. And remember, fight.
That's right.
Equal ratings.
Fights equal ratings. Okay, so we about 15 minutes ago, we played the Friday fight, which was the butt cheek edition. Dawn, is that okay to say?
Fair to say.
The butt cheek edition.
The butt cheek beat down.
The butt cheek beat down. Sean Ferris, thank you. The butt cheek beat down. All right, so let's quickly vote on the fight of the week. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Remember, hit that subscribe button. It is free. Let's start here with Monday. Monday was the ladies wrestling. Basically, it was like a dude. Like, look at these. Look at that, Sean. Look at. It's basically they're doing UFC moves. This woman is just destroying this other girl. Amazing.
A lot of spandex.
Amazing stuff. Yeah, there we go. One more time.
This was on Monday, huh? Monday feels like, well, I almost said Monday feels like a week ago, but it was a week ago. So
well, yeah, you were here with us on Monday.
Oh,
so
that's right.
Yeah, Columbus Day with my feathers.
Yeah, so you remember that. Tuesday, which you were not here for, was the Carnival Cruise. We always love Carnival Cruise. I think they ran out of pizza, I believe, or chicken
fingers. The Walmart
fingers.
of the seas.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at the. Hang on.
Oh, God.
This is the best. Look at it. Oh! These women just going at it on
That's a scene out of WWE where you have the officials, right? And then one guy from the tag team starts a whole bunch of crap.
Yep.
That's exactly what just went on here.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Wednesday was the Dallas ladies. Oh, yeah, this happened on the streets of Dallas. More scantily clad ladies.
Goodness.
Sean.
Tony Bruno trying to argue that he played this on a fill-in edition of Kayal and Company, which doesn't actually qualify.
It doesn't
We
count.
weren't here.
But these are young, I believe, attractive women pulling
All
some
of the
hair.
females this week have been fit.
I know.
And very silky.
Yes, yeah. Almost lingerie-ish. Would
Yes.
you not say?
Yep.
Would you say,
Yes.
Stenslin? Yeah.
That's the style, though.
Yeah.
They're sort of.
Oh,
She went back for
yeah,
more.
she went back, and then she takes her down, and then the other one took her down.
I need more fatty fights. We're not getting enough fatty fights.
And then this one was Thursday. This is the woman in the hallway that goes up to a girl, taps her on the shoulder, and then bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. Oh, that was the courtesy tap.
Yeah, right in the hallway, and both weaves come off. Sean,
Yeah.
both weaves come off.
There goes the
Or
headphones.
weave warfare.
Wigs, as Dawn would say, it's
Yeah.
wigs.
Book
Those are
bags
weaves.
everywhere.
Yeah. Book bags.
What a mess.
Yeah.
I'm still having nostalgia moments here. The orange locker, like it's 1993.
Yeah, I know.
Look at that.
Look at this Clementine going in there trying to break it up.
Yep.
All right, so we have to get rid of one. I don't know if we can. They're all so
I actually
good.
think this is going to be the closest voting we've ever had.
I agree with you.
There's not one that really pops off the page. They're all solid, but not spectacular, but not awful.
I would say if I had to get rid of one, I would probably do the first one just because it was so professional. You know what I mean? Like I like
And
to
short.
See, and short. I like to see some. I like to see some beatdowns. The ones that aren't. So let's get rid of Mondays. Okay, if you liked Mondays, if you're on the YouTube
pile
chat,
driver on the concrete.
if you liked Mondays, you're more than welcome to vote for it. Just put it in the YouTube chat. Just I vote for Monday, or tweet us. And you can vote. All right, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Monday if you want to. But for the sake of the YouTube poll, let's start with you, Nick Kayal. Which one do you vote for as the fight of the week?
I have to go with Friday today.
Yes.
I'm going for the lingerie, the high heels, the boobs, whatever else was exposed.
The lingerie was
That was
the colorful lingerie one.
Yeah, there was two lingerie ones.
The one that we just played like
Nick is
20
doing the
minutes
butt
ago.
cheek beatdown.
Yeah,
the butt cheek
beatdown. Yes.
Yeah, and I guess maybe my setup is a little different when I'm on Zoom because all of my boxes look smaller. Today I feel like I should be in studio if it would lead to a bigger box.
Yeah.
That way I can have more visual analysis of said boxes and throwdown. Yeah, but I'm going to go butt cheek beatdown.
Dawn Stenslin.
Same.
Butt
Ditto.
cheek-
Butt cheek beat down.
Fridays.
Yeah, today's.
Butt cheek beatdown, huh?
Yeah.
Sean Farish.
Close though.
All right. I'm torn, and the butt cheek beatdown is not in my top. I'm torn between Carnival Cruise because I love when it happens on a boat, and the Wednesday one where like the fight's over, but then it's not over. Where like there's like a little kick at the end
Yeah,
and then a punch,
yeah,
and that's it.
yeah.
I am going to go with Wednesdays where we had a false ending to the fight and then a little kick and then a little restart. I'm
Yep.
going with Wednesdays.
I am going to go with Tuesdays. I believe Carnival. Anytime there's a Carnival cruise and a bunch of animals going at one another over, no chicken fingers left for the all-you-can-eat buffet, it's always a win for me. So I am going to vote for.
That's a good
Tuesdays.
point. All you can eat buffet when you've eaten it all. What happens?
Yes, exactly.
A fight.
What happens? A fight.
Is there a food item out there if you were at a buffet that they were out of that would trigger you so much that you would actually have to throw down?
No,
Never.
nothing.
No.
I know.
No.
But if there was one,
find
it would
another
be- it
thing
would be-
to eat.
It would be crab legs for me.
Okay.
If I paid like $45 for an all-you-can-eat crab buffet, and they hosed me.
We are a civilized society, so I would say no for that. Go right now.
I'd
to
have
vote.
gone with Carnival Cruise, by the way. I'd have gone with that if
Yeah.
the Wednesday fight didn't have the fake ending. I was all Carnival.
The fake ending was a strong, a very strong contenders this week. It was a very good week.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody who contributed. But go right now and vote. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Vote on the fight of the week and hit that subscribe button when you're there. Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
I would love to talk to you about Piazza because right now they want you to fall in love, fall in line if you're looking for that beautiful luxury vehicle, the Piazza premium auto brands, Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, Alfa Romeo, Porsche. And by the way, much more affordable than you would think. Plenty of locations in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. And right now you can take advantage of 60 months interest-free. That's right. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com is the website. Piazza PremiumAutos.com. And also some of the other vehicles. You know, we talk about Mazda and we talk about Nissan and Honda. But what about right in that sweet spot? How about Infiniti? I know my wife is looking at an Infiniti QX60. They're in love with the third row. All the moms out there, they want that third row, 7 seats, 8 seats. We're going to need a bigger boat, as somebody once famously said. And right now at Piazza Auto Group, if you're looking for used vehicles, premium certified, they have up to 1,600 at any given point in time. Check them out today, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. And if you're in the market for a premium vehicle, the luxury line, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
This is the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. You know, for more than 45 years at this point, Kitchen Magic, family-owned, American-made, tariff-proof, delivering high-quality kitchens and bath remodels that you can trust. Right now this fall, Kitchen Magic is giving you even more to smile about these days. You enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and every bathroom project. Bring warmth, cozy comfort, and style to your home this season with savings you're going to love. 40% off installation. Just call my friends at Kitchen Magic. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Do this. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
The leaves are changing, the smell of autumn is in the air, and that only means one thing. It's the Pick of the Patch sale here at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Now through October 31st at Colonial, pick your favorite from over 200 vehicles in stock. You can even carve down your monthly payment. Spice up your driveway this fall. Pick from the choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, or the award-winning Tucson for just $199 per month. That's right, just $199 per month only at Colonial Hyundai. Don't let that old ride haunt you. You'll get top dollar for your trade here at Colonial. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Like pumpkin spice lattes, these incentives won't last long. Get to Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in downtown, or shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
Love. Compassion. Understanding. Respect. Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We take the time to hear your concerns and address your specific needs. Because to us, you are not just a patient. You're a member of our family. Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We take most Medicare Advantage plans. Call us today. Let's talk about your health. 267-831-3444.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Viant, data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Live married at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Still asleep?
Out cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay. Time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 9:42. Kayal and Company here on a Friday, winding things down with Sean Farish. We're going to get our Eagles prediction, Today in Music History, and Dawn's Big Three coming up shortly.
Which she has big breaking news
Yeah.
for, by the way. 10 o'clock. Don't go anywhere because we're going to comment on the big breaking news thing. Nick did his big take this morning on Fetterman, mentioning you, Sean Farish, because of the poll Nick put up yesterday about Fetterman, quote-unquote, leaving or coming, much like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. Fetterman is next. I don't think Fetterman would leave, but his family are all Republicans. Would you welcome him into MAGA if he wanted to flip? What were the results of that poll, Cal?
Well, it was pretty wild. It was, I would say, yesterday at 3 o'clock, there was like 1,200 votes. It was 93% said yes, they would welcome him in.
Wow.
I think it's now over 1,500 or 1,600. Maybe the percentage has changed a little bit, but unanimously, yes.
So Fetterman was on the Tara Palmieri podcast, because podcasts are like a-holes. Everybody's got one.
Yeah, pretty much.
On Dems winning back young men, is there anything Dems can do to win back young men? Fetterman doesn't think so. Cut 23.
How do Democrats win back white men like yourself?
I don't know, and truthfully, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's possible, to be honest. I think that's been seriously eroding for a while, and in some cases, in the conversations I've had, a lot of people, they don't even want to say it publicly, but they just feel like, the other side seems like it's like men. That men's the problem. Men are to blame, or their masculinity is toxic, or unless you're able to conform to our very strict kinds of definition of what we think's appropriate, well then, hey, I'm going to find an alternative, and they've done that. That's absolutely true. And once we've kind of turned their back on that demographic, it's going to be difficult to rebuild and replace that with those voters, because I think that migration has been ongoing phenomenon for several years, and that was been in front and center, in part of the election in 24.
As somebody once famously said, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. I don't know how you can demonize men, straight white men, for a decade and just expect to get them back. But the solution, easier said than done, because I think a lot of them are just gone and they're not coming back. I don't know. Find a candidate that's relatable. Like I've said this for a year on this show. The Democrats don't have a single guy in a high-profile political position that the average everyday man would say, you know what, yeah, I'd love to come over, sit down, have a beer, and watch the Red Zone channel with you on a football Sunday. They don't exist. They don't. Who wants to watch football with Mayor Pete? Who wants to watch football with Tim Walz? Who wants to watch football with Josh Shapiro? Nobody.
I don't want to watch football with Mayor Pete because I'm afraid he may give me the tush push. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the problem. You know, that's we call him Packer Pete for a reason, right? We don't want to do that, and it's not because he's a Green Bay Packer fan. You know what I'm talking about? Fetterman. Listen, I'll tell you what. Fetterman may not leave the It's just a cliche, right? Mm-hmm. But Fetterman may not leave the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party, I think, has certainly left John Fetterman, and they're planning his ouster now. So he, just like Tulsi, just like Bobby Kennedy, just like a lot of others, he may literally have no choice, right? But to either go independent because he's not a Republican in the traditional sense.
Nope.
But I know, and there are stances that he has that he needs to come around on, right? If he's going to be a Republican, run as a Republican, represent the Republican Party, in races, abortion, the trans issues, but there's a lot of other common sense issues that he kind of stands for that are really pretty much in line with the Republican platform. Maybe he stands for those common sense values with a little bit of leftist leans to them, but that could change too. And I think it may, because of how far left the Democrat is going. It's kind of like Newton's, third law? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So he may get pushed further a little to the right or to the center because of how far left the Democrat Party, has gone and is still going.
Yep.
Yeah. And look, the reality is this, if you decide to make that switch, and I don't think he will. I think he will leave politics first. He will be an independent second. I'd give it less than like a 3% chance that he would ever become a registered Republican. But let's not act as if Donald Trump is some born and raised conservative. Elon Musk is no conservative. Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy are not conservatives. But the left has gone so far left, and MAGA, I believe, there's a large portion of MAGA. Sure, there's conservatives in MAGA. That's the base. But there's that Ronald Reagan meets Bill Clinton 90s thing, the blue dog. That whole element exists as well. So does he have to change his position on 85% of his voting history? Yes. But if he's deemed to be an asset by the Republican Party, you win elections by addition, not by subtraction. If he offers something, I'd have no problem welcoming him in.
I want to get to these last two ones before we have to say goodbye to Sean. This is Virginia AG candidate Jay Jones, who apologizes for his controversial texts. He apologized. Cut 29, Phil.
Now tonight, you're going to hear two very different visions for the future of this Commonwealth. And you're also going to hear from my opponent about text messages that I sent that I deeply, deeply regret. Let me be very clear. I am ashamed. I am embarrassed. And I'm sorry. I am sorry to Speaker Gilbert. I'm sorry to his family. I'm sorry to my family. And I'm sorry to every single Virginian. I cannot take back what I said.
Please vote for me.
But you have my word that I will always be accountable for my mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
And you also have my word that I will spend every waking moment fighting for you.
There you go, Jay Jones.
Yeah, sure.
No, Abigail Spanberger doesn't echo those sentiments.
Yeah, it's too late. It's too late. Yeah, it's absolutely.
He's not sorry that he said it. He's sorry that we know that he said it. That's it.
Thank you.
100%. One more here.
That's all.
This is cut 35. This is a visual. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. This happened. Speaking of Virginia, in Alexandria, Virginia, this happened. Some people tried to rob this woman's house, and they dressed up in Halloween. This is the creepiest thing you'll ever see. Look at this. Look at this video.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
Very creepy.
I wasn't planning on having nightmares tonight, but
look at this. Look at this. Michael Myers. One was dressed as a clown.
This is like a Ring doorbell cam, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's a Ring. Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah. Can you imagine if you're in your house and you see these scumbags trying to open up your door?
There's two of them, right? Or
yeah.
is there three?
I think there's three of them. They're standing outside, like
look how he's standing there.
I
He's
know.
standing there like he's Mike Myers.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, trying to get in the house.
Is Virginia a stand your ground state?
Probably not.
I think
If
it
so,
is.
Oh, is it, Sean? Because I'm.
Oh, I don't know.
I always think about
I
like
think
Northern
they-
Virginia. You know what I mean?
I think you could. I think you could carry. I think they had a protest about the Second Amendment not too long ago, where you were allowed to open carry long guns.
I'd be like
oh
Dr.
my-
Loomis. I would rock Mike Myers.
That guy would.
world.
These people would all be like dead.
Yeah, I was just
You
gonna
know?
say like that. If there's ever a reason to own a gun, that's it right there. That's it right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's sleep tight, everybody, and that is what we have for the cut sheet, Sean Farish.
Sean, have a
All
great
right.
weekend. It's been a great show. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, we'll see you next week.
See you, brother.
Everybody have yourselves some very nice pork chops this week.
Pork chop. Put pork on your fork. You hear that,
Hatfield
Hatfield?
pork.
Hatfield pork. Thank you very much. I love it, Sean.
Pork on a fork.
Thank you, Sean.
Sean.
Pork on a plate. There you go. Sean Farish, great stuff as always. We'll come back. We'll get to Phil Almquist, what occurred today in music history, make our Eagles-Vikings predictions in the Carson Wentz Revenge Bowl coming up on Sunday, and then Dawn Stensland's Big Three, leading you right into the Dawn Show.
A
Stay
big,
right
big
there.
three. Big,
Huge. The biggest you've
no,
ever seen.
Big three.
Biggity big.
Big three.
Back
You're
at
listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Debt payments keeping you up at night? Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans. If you owe more than $10,000 in unsecured debt, we can help you settle for less. At J.G. Wentworth, many clients cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, potentially saving thousands of dollars. Even if your credit is damaged, we can help. And remember, you don't pay us a dime unless we reduce your debt. Call 877-CASH-NOW. The call is free. The consultation is free. And the bigger your debt, the more we can help you save. Act now. If you owe $10,000 or more, call 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Call right now. Your path toward financial freedom starts today with J.G. Wentworth. 877-CASH-NOW. Results vary. Not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees, 43%, 25% after fees. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, fire that jukebox up here on a Friday. It's Kayal and Company leading you right into the Dawn Show, the Big Three moments away. Football predictions on deck as well as Almquist has arrived.
Ooh.
The man known as H-Share in box 4 on mic 3.
Wait, before
with one opportunity at greatness.
Before we do this, Phil.
Yes.
One of the greatest Kiss songs of all time, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. See, Phil and I are on the same page with this.
Which song is it for those who can't hear it?
Heaven's on Fire. To feel my heat, sick and high, burn with me. Heaven's on fire. All right, sorry.
There you go.
Sorry.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history.
Thank you for bringing me to reality, Dawn.
Today, October 17th, we celebrate the heavenly birthdays of Jim Seals from Seals and Croft, Jim Tucker from the Turtles, and Michael Hossack from the Doobie Brothers. We also lost Gord Downey in 2017, Levi Stubbs from the Four Tops in 2008, and Ace Frehley yesterday. Signature Handle with Care by the Traveling Wilburys in 88. Your Mama Don't Dance by Loggins and Messina in 72. And Union of the Snake by Duran Duran in 83. Amdakut Street Survivors by Leonard Skinner in 77. Aftershock by Motorhead in 2013. Hot in the Shade by Kiss in 89. The River by Bruce in 80. Black Ice by AC/DC in 2008. And Stormfront by Billy Joel in 89. Also in 81, Christopher Cross topped the singles chart. In 57, Jailhouse Rock opened in theaters. In 54, Sun Records signed John R. Cash, i.e. Johnny Cash. In 87, Sting was on SNL. And in 89, the first practice by San Francisco band Four Non Blondes was postponed due to the earthquake that also affected Game 3 of the World Series. But lastly, I'll open tomorrow's show with an Ace solo tune off an album released this week in music history, something I guarantee you won't hear on the rock stations across town, which is why they bow to me in the ratings for Kayal Company.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. All right.
They bow to you.
Let's do this. Come on.
Yes.
Come on.
It's time for the football picks. Eagles and the Vikings in Minnesota on Sunday. The Minnesota Vikings are 3-2. The Eagles are 4-2, but they've lost a couple in a row. Neither team playing great. Eagles 2.5-point road favorites. I don't like this game at all. I'll make a pick for the sake of the segment. Eagles 23-20, but I would not be surprised if they lost. I will be stunned if they win convincingly. I think it's an ugly game. Eagles cover the 2.5. They win by 3.
Dawn, do you need more time or you want me to go first?
You go first.
All right. I think it's not even going to be close. I think the Eagles are going to they've been humbled twice by the New York Football Giants last week. So I believe that it's going to be a blowout. I think it's going to be 27-14 Philadelphia. To give Dawn even more time, Almquist, you go.
Eagles 30, Vikings 20.
Wow.
To give Dawn more time, Jimmy Kelly, you go.
Dawn Stensland, you're up, my love.
I have no idea. I'm working on my Big Three and all the breaking news. I'm going to say 34-17 Philadelphia.
Very nice. And in time, just
Boom.
for that. Oh, wait, hang on.
Look at the music.
I
It's
know.
like,
The music even went out just for you. And with that,
It's the Big Three with Don Stensland.
we are sponsored in the Big Three, sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs this morning. So much breaking. And breaking with Bolton, I'll begin there because it's just happening this morning. Yes, John Bolton turning himself in. He obviously served as President Trump's national security advisor during his first term. He surrendered just this morning within, less than 2 hours ago, about 90 minutes ago, surrendering to authorities, facing these 18 counts indicted by a federal grand jury. in court right now. And President Trump speaking out about, well, his former guy turned never Trumper, turned, well, accused criminal. Here's Trump talking about Bolton.
I didn't know that. You told me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but that's the way it goes.
The case against him?
That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. Will I what?
Have you reviewed the case against him?
No, I haven't. But I just think he's a bad person. Okay.
Bad Bolton, alleged bad Bolton. So his court appearance this morning in Greenbelt, Maryland. He's in court right now, but turning himself in after that indictment, among other things. So he's accused of transmitting national defense information using his personal email or a messaging application to send these sensitive documents classified as top secret. That's one of the many accusations. The documents allegedly revealing intelligence about future attacks, foreign adversaries, and foreign policy relations. He's also accused of illegally retaining those documents containing national defense secrets and information within his own home. All of these high crimes. And these documents included intelligence on an adversary's leaders, as well as information revealing sources and collections used to obtain statements on a foreign adversary. Just some of the claims against him in these detailed in the court documents and the 18 indictments. So Bolton, of course, denies any wrongdoings, wrongdoing. He released the statement yesterday in a big denial. Bolton claims that this is all politically motivated.
Why can't
it's lawfare, Dawn? Lawfare, I tell you.
How can he claim that he didn't know he had them? You know what I mean? You don't just it's not like you just leave and oops, oh crap, here's a bunch of classified information. Like, he was clearly using them for something, I believe. Of course. I believe. You know what I mean?
With an AOL email address.
Oh, yeah. God. Oh, it's unbelievable. I do think, we talked about this earlier, that I do think that this is a more serious crime than anybody else who has been indicted on this or accused of this has had before. So I'm not saying he's going to get convicted, but he might. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
I never met a Bolton I liked. Michael, John.
No, I mean 18 counts, but when you look at them, to Greg's point, alleged, he denies this, but. If it's all true that they were in his home, that these were top secret, you look at the details within this thing, this is a damning, these 18 counts, when you read through all the details, damning against him.
Well, then he should go away for a long time, right?
Well, look, everybody presumed innocent, I have to say that, but, as your attorney, not, but.
Yeah, he's a bad person. Like Trump has said it, he's a bad person. I've known he's been a bad person for 30 years, so
his facial hair is a felony in its own right.
Absolutely. I am crying no tears for John Bolton. If he goes away, great. If he doesn't, fine. I'm just, I don't know.
So number two, and we're getting new details on this. Number two, Krasner controversy after the kidnapping of Kata Scott. Everybody's talking about Kata in Philadelphia, and we certainly have been talking about this case.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Just a beautiful young lady.
God. Yeah.
In her early 20s, hardworking young lady, but also a social, like a lot of, people her age, right? She's on social media, beloved by her workplace, a well-known nursing home and care facility in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia. We've been talking about this since early October. She goes to her overnight shift, as she's somebody who was known as being a doting employee, okay? And this was highly unusual that during her overnight shift at the nursing home there in Chestnut Hill, she suddenly disappears. So she drove there and then vanishes from her workplace, does not finish her overnight shift, and leaves her car behind. The phone goes dead, doesn't have any of her, her car, her phone, nothing. This is highly unusual. And it appeared...
cheerleader, yeah.
Right. And look at her. I mean, as somebody who competed in local competitions, upstanding, the family said, this is not like Kata. Something has gone wrong here. Everybody suspected Kata was kidnapped from her workplace or was lured outside of her workplace, perhaps in that overnight shift. That was the suspicion from the get-go, okay?
Yeah.
Then they get the arrest of this guy, and he's in custody right now. Then Keon King, ID'd as the suspect, charged with kidnapping.
Guilty.
This is the guy, okay?
I don't know that.
Here's
Shame
what
we didn't abduct James Franklin. Sorry.
Here's the real connection here that we're making, and this is out of the DA's office, okay? One of the assistant DAs directly under DA Larry Krasner, okay? Now we're learning that the prime suspect who's charged with the kidnapping, he's not charged with murder or anything of that nature because we still don't know. Where's Kada?
Yeah.
That's what the family is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Kada? Return Kada. What is disturbing in this entire thing is that there is a video that has surfaced on social media. The problem with this chilling video that now has gone viral is this, that this guy, King, he allegedly was involved in at least 2 other violent incidents where the charges were withdrawn.
Oh, boy.
Very similar, a pattern of alleged attempted kidnapping or a kidnapping. And so that's why this viral video is so concerning, because it's being alleged that, in fact, Larry Krasner's office, the DA's office, had the video. So even though at least one of the, and I have to say alleged,
Sure.
but there was a situation, and we've been talking about this, where, you know, this went to court, that somebody, a previous victim, doesn't show up for court. But if you have this video,
you could
and
still
I don't know if
proceed
we're
with the
playing
case.
it. Yes.
Right.
So I don't
It
know if
doesn't
we're
have to
playing
be
the
the
video.
Go away, bitch.
Don't come over here. Kira, call the cops.
So this is somebody named Kira. Look at this. This is him.
Call
This is
my God.
alleged to be the guy.
Look at those eyes.
So just because the female
only a kid
victim
here. Call
doesn't
the cops,
show
you
up
bitch.
does
Exactly.
not mean that the DA's office
He
has
coming around the
to
window.
toss everything.
Cold out with Cameron.
This is terrifying.
Oh, my God.
This is a previous case
So
with children.
Do we know what year this was or
This
anything?
was I believe this one was from December. No, this was from earlier this year, Greg.
Oh, wow. Okay.
To your point,
Look at
earlier
those-
this year.
Look at those eyes. Oh, my
Okay.
God.
So they call 911, but they had this video. In other words, the allegation is the DA's office had this video that you're watching.
Krasner had this video.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So even though you have allegedly an intimidated victim who then later was kidnapped, allegedly, does not show up for court. Look, in cases that's not uncommon. You have victims who might be intimidated or something goes wrong. But when you have this video, don't you have enough to keep somebody behind bars
I would
while
think
you
so.
continue to investigate?
Right.
And this is just so you can only imagine. And that alleged victim, I have to say alleged, Kira, I know her name's similar to Kada, okay? Yeah. But in this, would this have prevented the kidnapping of Kada, who has been missing now for weeks?
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine being her parents
her
right
parents
now?
seeing this
Oh, my
and then
goodness.
and then like, oh my God,
tragedy,
the DA has this and they effing sit on it and oh my Lord.
Do we know the name of the ADA who obviously has to adhere to the Krasner philosophy since he is the district attorney? Who's the ADA that withdrew the case? Do we have that information?
Well, okay, I'll
'Cause
say
he should be
this,
outed.
the buck stops here.
You should say his name.
It's a woman.
Well, you say her name.
It's the
public
ADA.
record.
It is, and she, to the credit, I will say to NBC10, I'll give them credit. Their reporter actually caught up to the ADA. I think there are many people online who are saying that this ADA, that she's going to get thrown under the bus, if you will. I think her name's her last name is hard to say. It's Tachkalowski. And so I think what many are saying this morning is, okay, so you're going to throw an assistant DA under the bus, but shouldn't this, if you are the actual district attorney of any municipality, shouldn't you be watching these things?
If you're that female assistant district attorney and you don't believe in the style in which Larry Krasner operates, how do you stay employed? Go work for the district attorney in Bucks County, the one that you've been talking about, Jennifer Schoen, the Republican.
Shorn.
Yeah.
Shorn.
Yes. Go work for somebody that actually pursues justice and fights on behalf of victims and victims' families.
So
ADA Ashley Tuchlowski, she was interviewed, and she did, admit it, kind of like in retrospect type thing. I suspect she's being thrown under the bus. That's just my personal opinion.
Do you want to hear some of her?
Yes.
Dawn? Or we have it.
Kudos to NBC 10 for catching up with her.
Do you have the
Here she is.
And eyewitness on that.
Investigators, this video was recorded about an hour before that woman was kidnapped.
Ultimately, when the complaining
Here's
witness
Ashley.
and eyewitness on that case stepped out of the property later that day is when the kidnapping occurred, and he grabbed the victim, put her in the car, and drove away and assaulted her.
Prosecutors also say children were present during the incident.
There were definitely children in the house when that happened, and the information we have is also that his 2-year-old was in the car when the kidnapping occurred.
The original kidnapping charge was withdrawn in May when the victim didn't appear in court, but following the investigation into Kata Scott's disappearance, those charges have now been refiled. Scott disappeared on October 4th.
Wow.
So if this is all true and they had that video evidence, this is the question many in the community are asking this morning.
So according to Road Warrior, who knows a lot about this stuff,
Yeah.
he says even you don't have enough in that circumstance. So even with that video, it's still not enough, according to him. So
That's crazy.
It is. I mean, like, it is because 91 LSXer says, I'd rather have Michael Myers at my door than that guy. And I agree with you. I would feel safer with Michael Myers than seeing...
Go away, bitch.
than seeing this guy go away, bitch.
Can you imagine?
No. And then look at these eyes. Look, oh God, no, dead eyes. They're dead eyes. They are.
Mm-hmm.
There's no soul behind them, in my opinion. Okay? All right. So I have to say that.
Yeah, in your opinion. But in this one, I can't imagine what what Kata's family is going through.
I can't
Just
either.
awful.
Yeah, it is. And knowing this, and it's apropos of the city. It just is. I'm sorry to say it, but you're going to have these criminals coming back, doing things over and over and over and over again because we don't prosecute anybody.
My God. So we have that one going on. Number 3, I'm just going to say for the city of Philadelphia, we have this huge bike race this weekend and No Kings Rally. This is going to shut down the city of Philadelphia this weekend.
It's going to be big, by the way.
Yes.
Like, I know a lot of people are saying, oh, there's going to be 6 people there. No. This thing is very well organized. Very well organized. So it's going to be big.
So they're expecting as many as possibly. I mean, we saw last time around 80,000. And so for a beautiful fall weekend, when you think about this, they're shutting down much of the city all day Saturday.
Yeah.
So we've got the big bike ride. We've got the No Kings Rally. If for any reason you have to come into the city of Philadelphia,
Don't.
my condolences.
Don't.
This is what happens when you don't
Pretty
watch
much
college football.
What is this? And why were Nick and I not notified that there is a bike ride this weekend that we are not participating in? What's it for? Where's it going? Philly bike ride, the official course map.
Yeah.
What's the cause?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a ride.
Is it naked?
No, I forget. I had it on my script and now I can't find it.
Yeah.
So the No Kings protest, that's in Philadelphia. The streets department, they're already closing down everything. Demonstrations and demonstrators will be marching through Philadelphia. And this is, against Trump sending any troops to they're calling them troops, National Guard, to any American cities. And this is protest. This is an anti-ICE, anti-Trump, No Kings rally.
It's coming up right up Market Street towards where our headquarters is.
By the way, guys, it's not just Philly. Like, it's the suburbs.
It's across the country.
No. But it's like suburbs in Philadelphia.
South Jersey, Havertown, Springfield, Westchester,
don't come to
Elkinsboro,
Bluebell. We're full.
Do you guys?
Haddon Township.
Do you guys think it's gonna get? Can I say violent? Do you guys think? Because I don't.
Tell you something. They weren't last time.
Well,
they weren't.
Hang on.
Were they? They were not last time.
They weren't.
The
They
No
weren't.
Kings?
I gotta say this though is like I'm all for protesting. Like this country
First Amendment?
was founded on protests. I am all for it. protesting. I'm just worried about clashes with police officers, with federal officials. I don't know. Has the Trump administration said that they're going to send in federal officials for in some of these cities? I know some of them are here.
Not in Philadelphia.
Okay, well, but it's not just happening in Philadelphia. So
I'm just wondering,
I worry about the two clashing. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Are these organized protests going to actually end up heading to nations where they have kings, like Cambodia and Denmark and New Zealand? Because those countries are actually ruled by kings.
Well, the irony of this is that if there was actually a king here, they wouldn't allow protesting. So that's actually the irony of it. But
the only king here is Greg.
Thank you very much.
King Stalker the Fifth.
But
Gregory.
But
Nick.
in all seriousness, that if they're protesting ICE and there's ICE officials in cities, not in Philadelphia, but there's ICE officials in cities around the country, could things get ugly? That's all I'm wondering. I hope not.
I hope not.
But,
if they do, we will have it in the big take on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not all about you. Can you just
I'm looking for content from 72 hours out now. Can I get a little respect for always being prepared in advance?
By the way, the Philly bike ride, I did report on this previously. Yeah. It's to raise awareness about the need for better biking infrastructure and promoting safety for all bike riders.
Yeah.
They're not naked. It's just the Philly bike ride.
Nick, next year you and I are going to do the naked.
We're ready. We can't wait.
See, this is what happens when we go past 9:55. This is why I advocate against it. Bikes and Beers Ride. I'm getting texts now.
Fun.
Bikes and Beers Ride is what it's called, or is one of them, I guess.
Well, this is I was reporting on the Philly bike ride.
Yes.
It's a car-free tour of the city.
Yeah.
But the problem is...
Keep up, Nick.
It's going to be... Well, what I'm saying is if you have the No Kings...
Car-free tour? That's why they created Google Maps.
But how are they going to have all those bike riders with 80,000 people? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That'll be a little interesting.
It will be.
I'm just saying.
It will be.
But you can just stay home in your Spring Dance hot tub.
Yeah!
Woohoo! The Monster Wellness Sale is on. Spring Dance hot tubs. Thank you for sponsoring our Big 3 this morning. It is Friday, and it's a Spring Dance hot tubs
baby.
Friday, baby.
Are you going to fire yours up?
Oh, it's fired up. It is hot.
Oh, yeah.
It is bubbling. It's on the back deck. I love my Spring Dance hot tub. So save up to $5,000 on Spring Dance hot tubs, $1,000 on cold plunges, and up to $2,000 on the Tylo saunas, TYLO saunas. Hurry. Deals vanish October 27th. Thank you, Spring Dance hot tubs, for sponsoring our Big 3 this Friday.
Be honest, Stensland. Is your son going back to school?
What?
To Elon?
Yes.
Okay.
He is.
So on Monday.
Is he on academic probation yet?
So no. Her son's brilliant.
He's brilliant. He's a good student.
But he's not long for Elon, right? I mean, let's just
No, he loves it.
Okay.
He's happy.
Okay.
He met a girl.
Nice.
Her name's Ava.
Yeah, of course it is.
Ava.
They're just friends.
Oh, no, they're not. How dare you? I miss...
He's going to kill me.
God, I miss that so much. I miss that so much.
Kayal and Company live from Elon University. We need to do a campus.
Dawn wants that.
Yes.
Oh, believe me. Trust. Do we have an Odyssey?
We do. North Carolina?
See?
Yes, we do.
We need the tour.
I forget what
all
city.
non-woke college campuses.
I forget what city it is, but
like Raleigh?
We
There's
do.
Gotta be a Raleigh.
Probably.
Or Greensboro.
Yeah, it's got to be one of those. But yes,
Yeah.
I do believe so. Stenson will be broadcasting.
Burlington.
Just what he wants.
Come on.
Can you imagine?
High Point.
Can you imagine?
Look, Zioli doesn't come in anymore. So how about this? I'll make a deal. Dawn, you can relocate to Elon, do the show from Elon University every morning. I'll do the show from the basement, and Greg and Phil will be the only two in the studio.
I love it. We can have fun. Right? We'll have a lot of fun with this. We will. Yeah.
I want David in here commenting on.
I know.
He's going to be the fourth member of Kayal and Company.
Woo!
Is he the fourth man?
He could be the fourth man.
Oh, no.
If Stensland would let him out of his bubble wrap, he could come in and kill it.
Never.
All right.
And
have a great show, Dawn.
Thank you. And by the way, today is the last day, the Borowski baby, any second.
Oh!
I did. Can we just congratulate Dan Borowski?
Hang on. Yes. Congratulations, Dan Borowski.
Hey, I brought cigars. He's having a baby girl, so
cigars.
I did bring the
We
cigars.
line him up in studio.
I know.
No.
Come on.
So here's the deal, Dan. I typically, well, Greg and Dawn know this. I typically get everybody a bottle of booze for the holidays. I get Dawn and Greg wine. I get the Davids, the two wise men down the hall. I get them their cocktail of choice. Now that you'll have a little toddler running around crying and puking in diapers and wipes
Pooping.
and Desitin, let me know what your booze of choice is. You'll be taking care of for the holidays.
Yes.
I appreciate that, man.
You got it, brother.
I'm a gin guy.
When is
Gin,
she?
you got it.
When is she going?
That's weird, right?
When is she going in?
She goes in Tuesday. She goes Tuesday morning.
Baby Borowski,
and
Tuesday.
we're doing a scheduled C-section, but don't worry, it's nothing to be concerned. Little girl is breech. Maisie's a very tiny little one, so we're going with the scheduled. With the C-section, we're going to try to do it natural first. If things don't go well, we have everything in line to do it the right way. And
Okay, we were on a group chat.
Yeah.
Can we just share this? Because we have some of you.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, some of you.
Do we want to do this to Dom
ladies,
is the question.
I know, have said that if you flash a very bright flashlight like down there, the bright light will force the baby to turn.
Yeah, so Anne-Marie Muldoon.
Yeah,
All right,
Anne-Marie.
So our friend Anne-Marie Muldoon, who comes on often to talk about John
Who's a
Toomey, which we'll have an
chiropractor.
update on during the Dawn show at some point. But she gave us an update on Toomey, and she says that when she had her boy, he was breech. Daniel was upside down.
Yep.
And Dom is in this chat too.
Yeah,
Keep in mind, Dom Giordano.
You know you are.
Yeah.
If you just take a flashlight on your bare
She says,
lady
shine
bottom.
a flashlight in the dark, close region, close to her rectal area. Make sure the baby is awake.
Yep.
I did it, and Daniel reached for it. No more breach. I
See?
respond saying, to be a fly on the wall during that.
Are you going to be in the delivery room when this occurs?
That's a great question.
Because my
with
wife had the
like an
C-section
LED
as well.
flashlight.
But the thing is,
but you might avoid the C-section.
Guys, I took this as her saying that Maisie would be on all fours and I'd have the flashlight.
See?
No, she was saying like Maisie do it herself, but like my mind really went to the wrong place there. I gotta say.
But Dan, being Dan, is not going to let Maisie do it by herself. You know what I mean?
Remember the story I told you
that?
guys. I was
Okay.
in there as well, and I almost fainted and passed out. They were like, Mr. Kayal, do you need an apple juice? You look pale.
The thing is, though, Dom Giordano on this chat, who we all very much respect and
Yes.
love, Anne-Marie says, I did it alone in bed under the covers. A midwife told me to do it. It worked. I felt him spin. Just go towards the taint. I put the light to anterior. And right when I saw that T word there, I just go, poor Dom with the laughing face. I don't know if Dom's seen this yet, but gosh, I hope
the
he
Dawn
hasn't.
show starts now.
By the way, your freedom is going to be over in 4 days.
Oh, Dan.
You'll get it back in 18 years, though. So don't
No,
hang
no,
on.
you won't.
Nope.
No, you won't.
Maybe-
Stensley,
maybe-
how's
Oh, yeah.
your freedom?
29, Dan Borowski, 30 years. I'll give you 30 years.
30 years.
Yeah,
30
with
years.
a girl.
I kind of
especially.
feel, though, Dawn's a choice of her own after 18. Maybe. Yeah.
Nick, is it a choice of their own after they're 18?
I don't know.
I'm
just
saying,
trying to figure
like
out
she
if my
loves
girls
her
are still
son
on
so
TikTok.
much where she
I
says,
know.
David, come home for fall break. But
Nick-
a lot of parents would say, hey, you're 18, get the hell out of the house. You know?
Nick
So I
Kayal
feel
right
like,
now. Nick's tethered to his desk at home. That's why he's, you know what I mean?
You know
Like,
why he's
come on.
home? You know why he's home? Because his
Wife-
wife is out of town, and he has to make sure his daughters get off to school. Okay.
chained to
so
his
he's
house right
chained
now.
to his house. He can't leave.
See?
No.
honorable now. Good. No, you got a dad who's involved. It's nice to see. I gotta
But I don't want to
good
be
job,
involved. I didn't sign up for this.
This is so good.
This is the best. I mean, we're.
Oh, my God.
Dawn says that we're giving you all the ratings here at 10:25.
Thank you all, though. Thank
We
you.
love you.
Yeah, I
We love you.
appreciate it.
We love you. Now, deliver that baby and get the hell back to work. Okay?
Yes.
And by the way,
Jeez,
you're
we
getting
have-
Beefeater. You're getting Beefeater. You're getting the cheap gin.
I'll take it. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Just give me some juice, too.
Oh, my
Juice.
goodness.
True
Well-
Snoop Dogg way.
Look, give your advice. Call in 855. Call in today if you would, and give some of your advice to Dan. If you have some dad-daughter advice, especially, we want to hear the advice.
Exactly. This is a great show for you
Borowski,
today.
baby. We got a
I'm
lot of
going
great
back to
guests. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Kristen has your honeydew list. You get to work, mister.
It's actually up there. You're not wrong.
Jesus, man.
Damn it.
I love it.
yeah.
All right.
Listen, before we take a break, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, time to take advantage of the incredible deals from my friends at Piazza Nissan of Ardmore. So get 0% financing for 60 months on their most popular SUVs. This is incredible, 0%. 2025 Pathfinder, the Rogue, or the Murano, 0%, 60 months on these new models from the brand ranked #1 by J.D. Power for new vehicle high quality. Drive away in a new Nissan. Do this today from Piazza, located on Lancaster Pike. This is in Ardmore, and online, of course, piazzanissan.com, Piazza, piazzanissan.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help